so probably be a little bit before anyone pops in here, I'm guessing. You guys, let me know when you pop in. Get this all set up. Now I'm having trouble getting the propane heat even going this morning. I've got a heat gun on the propane tank just so it will warm it up enough to where I can run the heat. So yeah, we're freezing our buns off here in the bus this morning. I probably should have sent out notifications that I was going live this morning. Looks like we got one person in here now. Sorry I'm late, guys, but we're having trouble with the propane heat in the bus. Hey Tracy Jordan, good morning. I'm getting ready to have me some coffee, I hope. The little heater for the water's not even wanting to work. It's so cold this morning. The propane little stove, I'm having trouble with it because it's so cold. I guess it's like the propane's frozen or something in the tank. I've got you guys can probably hear it, but the heat gun is over here aimed at the propane tank trying to warm it up. The only thing it'll do is light up the pilot light. So it's pretty cold in the bus right now. Yeah, it's a cold one. I was up late last night working on the bus. I don't know if you guys seen in the thumbnail, but we've just about got the flooring done. Hey, Sustainable Path. Daniel LaFell, what's up? It's morning coffee time, but I ain't got my coffee ready yet. Oh man, it was a late night last night, and I thought I turned off the lights and everything in here. I'm 100% sure I did, because I had to actually use the light from my phone to get out of the bus and go in the house. But when I come out here this morning, the lights were on inside the bus. That was weird. So now I think I'm going to have to figure out a door lock for the bus so I can make sure no one's getting in here. It was just really weird. Well, now my water's steaming over here. That's pretty cool. Oh, I got stuff tangling up the tripod. Check that out. And look at this. We got flooring all the way back to about the last, I don't know, 10 or 12 inches or so of the bus. Super excited about all that. Sorry I was kind of shaky this morning with the phone. Get this thing plugged in so it don't die on me. That's actually, it feels warmer this morning than what it did last night when I went in. Last night it was crazy cold. I think it was like 14, 15 degrees when I went in, and it felt like it was just getting colder, and this morning it's, well, like 20 something, I think. Thanks, Sustainable Path. Cute little pot. Yeah, I couldn't even find my coffee maker. I had trouble finding the little burner. I didn't have all that stuff in the bus, so I had trouble with that. Let me see if I can get this propane heat turned on. Okay, we got it on low. It's kind of making the pilot light die down a little bit when I turn it on. Oh, so what do you guys all have going on this morning? Anything yet? I know it's kind of early to be asking that, huh? I'd say that water's probably ready. Gotta get me some coffee going here. Oh man. Yeah, it's nice and cold this morning. Trying to be positive. It's nice and cold. I almost didn't even do a live today because I knew I was going to be late, and I literally just woke up. I'm still in my PJs. I just threw a hoodie on, still in my sweatpants, threw my Crocs on, come out here like throwing everything together this morning. Hey, Miss Connie. She says good morning to me and everyone else in the chat. Was watching the Crockers this morning. Yeah, unfortunately, haven't had a chance to watch that yet. I don't know if they were. I don't think they were live. I did see the notification though. I'll have to go check that out here in a little bit. But yeah, that property they've got out there, 60 acres. Man, are you kidding me? And then Jared is moving out there too. I guessed it. Every time he did something like a video, like saying, you know, guess what it is or whatever, I was like, well, you got your forever home property, and Jared's gonna be selling his property and moving out there, or move. Well, actually, I thought Jared was gonna be moving to Crocker Mountain. So I didn't guess it exactly right, I guess. PJ party, yeah. My wife was like, "You're gonna do your live in your pajamas?" I'm like, "They're sweatpants. Come on, give me a break." Tracy said, "I was thinking land too." Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I'm super excited for those guys. Like, you know, like what I'm doing right now, this bus is kind of a stepping stone, just like the sawmill is a stepping stone. Let me move this over, steaming a little bit much in front of the camera. You know, all these things that you do, and you know, when you figure out what your dream is and what you want to, what your goals are, you have to always just sit there and think, okay, will this next step that I'm wanting to do, will this get me, you know, a step closer in the direction that I want to go? And I finally figured out that my goal is to become debt free. I guess that's always been my goal. I just couldn't really put my finger on it. It's just, I want to be debt free, and I couldn't figure out how I was going to do that. And now I actually have kind of a plan. So the first thing is coming up with a plan how to, well, I guess no, the first thing is identifying where you want to get. Second thing is making a plan to get there. Third thing, I guess, is making those little bites, you know, those little goals to achieve along the way. If you just make a one big goal of, well, I want to be debt free, and you don't make those little goals, you're not probably going to get there, because it will become so overwhelming at some point where you're just like, there's no way I can achieve this. Like I have been for the last several years, you know, and owning this home and everything, and I'm always sitting there thinking, man, I would love to not have a mortgage anymore, but it's completely unachievable. How can, I mean, I'm looking at 30 years, and that's just kind of where I got stuck, was I've got 30 years to pay on a home, and then you figure up the math, and you know, for a $150,000 home, you're going to pay $300 and some odd thousand over that 30 years for that home. And I'm just like, that's crazy. When you really get to looking at it and how much you're going to spend on a house, that's way too much for me. I'm wanting to, like, I guess, fast track it and get, you know, to where things are sustainable, where I don't have to have that 9-to-5 job, where I can do YouTube and, you know, the sawmilling and everything. I want to be able to build my own home, because you can build your own home for a quarter of the price. I mean, way, way, way cheaper. It was when I finally figured that out that I started, you know, dreaming about how I was going to get there. And this is all starting from paying off my minivan with the stimulus money from the government. I said, if they're going to give me a handout, I'm going to figure out how to double my money on that. And what I did is I paid off the minivan again and traded that for a Mustang, sold it, then used the money from that to buy the school bus. The school bus will be that key transition tool, I guess, to, you know, eventually I'll have the money to buy a small piece of land or something that will be 100% paid off. If that means selling the house and using the money from that to buy a small piece of land, kind of like what Jason Crocker started off with. It's the land I'm looking at is like just barely over an acre. So basically big enough to put a school bus on, but it's something that, you know, if I get enough money back on my taxes, I might be able to pay that off in one lump sum. And yeah, things will be rough because I'm at net zero. I have no money whatsoever. So, you know, that's the struggle. Just like Jason Crocker, the struggle that he has went through, like, it's not just, oh, it's rough. I mean, it's extremely hard. Like, we're talking about every day, you know, not living from paycheck to paycheck, just living day to day, trying to survive each day and make a plan each day, what you're going to do, how you're going to make it through that day. And those small goals turn into the big goals. And just, you know, if you're going to follow your dreams, you got to start at some point. And that's what they're doing. And it's really cool to see where he's come from and where he is now, and to be able to follow along and see all that, the transitions, all the chapters in their lives and everything. And that's kind of what I'm doing with my channel here, is copying the Crockers. And I almost called this video today Copy the Crockers because it kind of rhymes with coffee with the Crockers, but in a sense that's kind of what I'm doing, is copying them in my own way. And I want to encourage everybody else out there to do the same thing. Just get out there, copy the Crockers, follow your dreams. It's not going to be easy. Like Crazy Ed, he's trying to follow his dreams, and he's definitely got it rough out there where he's at. And I hope he's not having the trouble with his propane heat like I am. Let's see here. Tracy said, I'm with you, debt free, and I want to travel, or at least not be tied down to one place. Yeah, having a family kind of ties you down to one place, sort of. At least I kind of feel like that. I'll probably think a little differently once the bus is done. My kids do not want to, you know, live wherever. They want to live here in this area. They don't really like the idea of going to live over in Oklahoma where this piece of land is. And so what I'm trying to do is figure out how I can buy a piece of land over here in Missouri, and it's way more expensive over here. For a few acres, I'm probably looking at a minimum of 20 to 30,000 instead of just 6,000. There's some plots over there in the area around where the Crockers or Crocker Mountain is, or not. It's not in that area. It's actually a ways away from there. But you know, you're looking at little tiny lots of land that's virtually unusable, other than to put a camper or something on, and they're running somewhere around 4,000 to 6,000, 10,000, 15,000. They've actually jacked up some of the prices on some of them. So yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. Let's see, what is she up to now? Said to reach those goals, you can't give up when things get tough. You gotta keep going on, or keep going on it. Hi, Dave in chat. Yeah, I mean, if you give up, that's where you lose. You can't give up. I didn't bring another cup out here. Oh well. I guess if it drips on the floor, it drips on the floor. Dadgum. Alright. I don't remember if I put sugar in it or not. I think I did. I don't like black coffee. That's okay, Dave. I have my own cup. Alright, good deal. Well, it's almost like you guys are actually here, huh? It's alright. I got my own cup here. That's what I'm talking about right there. I love getting coffee cups from all the people who watch my channel and stuff. Unfortunately, Des does not make it to my morning lives unless maybe one day she'd be off. I think she works nights, so she would probably be sleeping right now. Tracy said, I'm just excited for you and this bus build. I'm super excited too, and I got something to show you guys I got in yesterday. I put it together in the video yesterday, and I took it back apart and boxed it back up, but let me show you. So I know some of you have been commenting. You may not be in here right now, but I've had some comments about the clawfoot tub and it taking, you know, too much water to fill up. And yes, I mean, if you was to fill up any bathtub in your bus, it would be too much water when you're, like, say if you're boondocking, or if you're living in a parking lot somewhere, or just staying the night in a parking lot or something like that. Yeah, it's going to be too much water. I'm planning on getting a 100-gallon freshwater tank and a 100-gallon gray water tank, but I kind of run out of funds. I can't do that just yet. So I bought a lot of things, and one of those things is this right here. This is the new faucet, and it comes with this little handheld shower thing right here. And there's the hose. I actually had it all together yesterday, but that's the oil rubbed bronze, I guess, finish right there. And, you know, more or less looks black to me. So let's see, what is she up to now? Said, Dave, your bus is getting done faster than you expect it to, because you have the floor insulation done. Your clawfoot tub is a special touch. Oh, that's cool. Yep. Armida said, Dave, follow your dream kids, grow up and move away. Yeah, and they're not too far away from, you know, moving out. I mean, my youngest, my daughter, is 14. My oldest, or my middle son, is 16. My oldest is 18 and already moved out. So I got my cup, but it's empty. I'm kind of going up in the chat here. Skipped a few, I guess. I'll tell you what, my knees hurt so bad. Like, I even had trouble walking out to the bus this morning. Just being on this floor all day yesterday, putting that flooring in. And there's a little bit of a learning curve to installing that flooring. We started it, well, I tried to start it the day before yesterday, I think it was, and I didn't have the tools to do it. I said, I don't need an installation kit. I'll just, I'll put it together with a block of wood. You know, my wife's going to work. Hope she don't hit the bus. She about turned right into it. I told her to stop turning that way, to turn the other way when she's backing out. If she hits the bus, she's not going to like it because it's going to tear that car up. Where was I? What was I talking about? Squirrel. I'm bad about that. Man. Yeah, just brain fart, squirrel. Help me out here. What was I talking about? Oh, my kid's moving out. I think that's what I was talking about. Yeah, my oldest has already moved out. The middle one, he's got his driver's license. He's got his pickup legal now. Well, he's got a paper tag on it now, so he's got a few more weeks, I think, that he can drive it before he has to get an actual tag on it. But he got a paper tag because he was actually going to trade it for a 1-ton Chevy. And I guess the guy had already sold the Chevy, so he's not going to get that. He's always wanting to get like a 1-ton or something to help me out with the stuff I do, because we actually need a much heavier duty vehicle to haul logs and stuff like that. The biggest problem I've run into is my half-ton truck it's way underpowered, way too small for what I do with it. And it's, you know, I can pull the trailer and the sawmill down the road with that pickup and be just fine. It handles okay. The problem is, like, it's a lot for that pickup, and those older Dodges like that are just known for the transmissions going out. Luckily, when I got that truck back in 2008, I got it from my boss. You guys probably know that. I've said it many times on here, but anyways, he sold me that truck for $1,000 back in '07, and yeah, because I lost my job there in '08. But anyways, '07, he sold me the truck. It's a 2000 model Dodge. So it was 7 years old. He sold it to me for $1,000. He had just put a new transmission in it, new brakes on it. I got super lucky with that truck. I mean, yeah, it's all beat up, and that's pretty much how it's looked the whole time I've had it. So I've taken really good care of it. Granted, I haven't had to put a lot into it. You know, I put brakes on it. I put a new set of air shocks on it, new tires on it. I think I put a new radiator in there, and I replaced an O-ring on the water pump, and then I put a new power steering pump on it. I think that's about all I've done to that truck since 2007. It's been a good one. Tracy Jordan said the floor install. Oh, was I talking? Oh yeah, I guess that's what I was talking about. So we had to quit. I had to quit what I was doing because I could not put everything together. There's actually a pull, you know, a weird shaped tool. It's like a kind of like a pry bar, sorta in a way. But what it does is actually allows you to hook onto the edge of the board, and then it comes back and it has a spot where you can hit with the mallet to actually pull the, you know, to lock the pieces in. And so I got to thinking about that. I was like, man, I was at Lowe's, and the guy, when I was buying the flooring, he said, do you need an install kit? And I was like, no. Kind of, sort of with an attitude, I guess. Just like, no, I don't need a plastic, you know, a plastic block. I just use a piece of wood. And what I didn't realize was, like, at the edge of the wall, you need that every time, most times, to get your piece pulled in and locked in. I was like, boy, I feel like an ass now. I mean, I wasn't like a real smart ass or anything. I was just kind of cocky. Like, no, I don't need that. Which I imagine the guy, you know, him knowing more than me, was probably like, oh, well, he's probably already got one. Which I could have bought one cheaper online from Amazon, but I needed it right then and there. So I went to Lowe's, and the one they had was like 34, 35 bucks. And I was just like, man. And it come with, well, let me go grab it real quick. Let's see if I can turn this heat up now. See if that'll go on high. All right. So it come with this cheesy little mallet right here, or what I thought was cheesy, because both sides of this, the head on here, are a hard plastic. This is the real deal mallet right here. The, what is that, Vaughn? Yeah, this side right here on this one is like a rubber. It's a little softer, and this is a hard plastic. So they sell you this hammer with it that's kind of a knockoff. But when you're doing the laminate flooring, it doesn't matter which side you use. You just want to use this kind of hard plastic. I tried using mine, and that rubber side right there just doesn't work very good. I would not advise installing that laminate flooring when it's super cold, because that laminate flooring, the edges and stuff are pretty brittle, and it will break. So this right here is the fancy little doohickey tool I was talking about. It can hook onto the end of the board, or when you get to your last row and you're right up against the wall. You can't, you know, use the hammer between the wall and the board because you're so close, and that's where this right here comes in. This hooks down onto the edge of that, you know, the last row where you're up against the wall, and then you can hit this right here to pull that piece in and kind of lock it in, and then you just go along the seam with your mallet and tap that down, and it locks in. So I had to watch a video on how you do that, and I thought all you needed was this little block like this right here, and you just hook the edge of this on to your flooring. This one right here is for a different kind of flooring, I think, but you hook this little lip, if I get that lined up, this little lip right here onto the edge of the flooring, and that's how you smack it into place. You just hit right here on the side of this. I'm probably not going to do like a tutorial video on how to do flooring because I am completely new to it, and this was my first time, so I was learning. But yeah, it's coming out, turning out pretty stinking nice. It looks good. I really like it. We may have some new people in here that haven't seen it yet, that may not have caught the very first part, but that's what it looks like. We've got just a little bit yet to go on the very back, but last night my knees were killing me. I guess let me show you this. Here's the propane went out again. Dadgummit. But over here I still got to trim that piece right there. I've got to get that trimmed and put a piece of aluminum angle iron or something like that over it to lock it in, because I actually pulled that piece up by accident last night coming in and out of the bus. My foot caught on the edge of it and it flipped it up, so it came undone, which is not a big deal. I mean, all I have to do is like snap it back into place, but you have to have a transition piece or something, and I think what I'm going to have right there is just a piece of aluminum or something. I had a piece that came off of that, but I don't know if it's going to fit over it again, because it's, you know, everything's now like an inch taller than what it was before, or almost an inch. Let's see, I took out a 1/2 inch of plywood and then I added an inch, so it's not quite an inch taller, I guess. It's 3/4 taller or something than what it was before. Recording while doing things will take longer to do too. That's for sure. Yeah, I could probably have been done quite a bit faster, but I did move the camera around. Like, the camera was just like always, most of the time, in my way, and I ended up, for the most part, just I'd set the camera up and let it record for hours or whatever until I heard it, you know, shut off, and I'd go put another battery in it and get back to work. But I didn't spend too much time on, you know, like getting all those camera angles. I did get a few different shots and stuff to throw in there, but I did not spend too much time on that. I just got after it because when I got started, I said, man, this is going to take all stinking day long. I mean, it's pretty much every layer I've done has taken a day. You know, putting the insulation down and getting that glued down would take a day. Then when I did the plywood on top of that, that took a whole day. And then the flooring took an entire day. I mean, not just a day, like, you know, 8 or 10 hours. We're talking like 16 hours. The flooring is just very tedious. It's much faster to put a 4x8 sheet down, you know, to cut out for your fender wells or whatever, and throw down some liquid nail and get that glued down. The reason that takes, you know, the whole day is because you're like putting weight on each one of those pieces, which I didn't do at first, and I wish that I did, because this 3/8 plywood, it changes a lot with the variations in humidity in the bus, and so it was trying to pull up off of the glue, which I didn't realize until later. And so it was getting air pockets underneath of it. The front half of the bus is a lot better because I actually brought big blocks of wood and stuff to set on top of it to keep the plywood down on the insulation. The insulation itself done the same thing too. And my wife left the dogs out. Squirrel. But yeah, I was trying to pull up, so I had to put weight on top of it. So if you guys, if any of you that's maybe watching a replay or something, if you're going to do a bus build like this and do it the same way I did and liquid nail it down, which is a good option, and basically the liquid nail is basically just to keep things from rubbing and wearing out over time, and just to kind of keep everything still. So when you're going down the road, you don't hear that insulation squeaking, back there in the bus type of thing. Are you doing anything to the walls and ceiling? Yes, there will be insulation on the ceiling. I'm doing something totally different. I've never seen anyone do this. It's something I came up with myself. I had planned on putting this fold-out insulation that costs like $50 for 4 foot wide by 50 feet long. The bus, like the building area that I'm doing here, is 30 feet long, right on the button, and 7 foot 6.5 inches wide. So that's the floor space size that I'm working with. So 4 foot by 50 feet. I think if I got 2 of those, I can probably do the entire ceiling. But what I'm thinking about doing, this is kind of a flexible, sort of, in a way, insulation. It's only 1/4 of an inch thick, and it's green. It kind of looks like cardboard. And so what I'm thinking is I'm going to put that up on the ceiling here. There is insulation in the ceiling. It's not the best at all. And the other thing I found out, this insulation right here behind me, it's only an R5 value. That kind of stinks. I thought it was better than that, but apparently it's not. So, I mean, I wish I could have went thicker with that, but I can't because, I mean, at the sides of the bus, my head already hits. But back to let's see, I'm squirreling again. The ceiling insulation. And it's going to also be a decorative thing. It's also going to hide the electrical. The electrical is just going to be taped to the metal right here. So I'm kind of thinking outside the box, making things easier. I see all these people spend months of work tearing down all this metal, which is getting rid of a lot of weight, but it's also reducing the strength of your bus at the same time. Hey, MT Homestead, what's up? I'm guessing it's Terry. Good to see you in here. I seen your live, like the replay yesterday. That was cool. It kind of sucked that Adam had terrible service yesterday, but that was a good live, guys. I don't think I commented on it, but yeah, it's awesome what you guys are doing in the community. I love it. But all right, so the insulation will. What I'm looking for is to find some like cloth material that's like a cotton, probably 100% cotton. I don't really want to mess with anything else, but and this is something that will be made into panels, kind of like the ceiling in your vehicle. We'll use some spray adhesive, and I want to get like a special print, like one will be like Paris or something, so 4 foot wide, from like this seam right here to the next seam over here. So I think that's about 4 or 5 foot. So each one of these panels will be, it'll have a special print, cloth on it that'll be, spray adhesive, adhered to it. And we'll put the puck lights in. We'll have to drill the holes in the metal. The metal will be the basic, structure of it. And then every so often we'll just drill a hole through, and there's little clips that are plastic, like what holds your inner fender well on. They're fairly cheap. Instead of using bolts, I mean, I've watched all these bus builds, and people are buying, probably thousands of dollars worth of screws, self-tapping screws and stuff to put all this wood up. And when you put wood up on the ceiling of your bus, to me that is completely stupid. I'm kind of blunt with that, but it really is, because you're adding so much weight to the top of your bus, and that is really going to affect the way it handles going into corners and stuff, going down a mountain or anything. You really don't want to put that much weight up there. I mean, I'm planning on putting solar up on the roof. I'm planning on putting a rooftop deck up top, and that's going to be adding a good amount of weight that's up high, making the bus a little top heavy. I mean, it's not going to be a huge deck, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. But when you compound that with putting wood on the entire ceiling of your bus, that's a lot of weight. I mean, a lot of weight. And a lot of people were concerned with the clawfoot tub being too heavy for the bus. The floor of the bus is steel, and there's ribs about this far apart all the way up and down the bus. It can hold the weight of that tub full of water and with 6 people in it. It would not affect it. I mean, this bus is able to hold 20,000 pounds on the rear axle, 12,000 on the steer axle. So that's, what is that, 32,000 I think it is. And right now, before I put the flooring in and everything, we were at 16, I can't remember what it was, 16,000 something pounds I think it was. Man, I better look at that real quick. I actually have it wrote down right here. 16,215 is what it is, completely empty. So whatever that gives me for payload, and I'm trying to stay under that so I don't have to worry about overweight tickets or anything. I don't know that I'm going to get the bus, titled as an RV. That could, that could lead to issues with insurance being crazy expensive, which I don't know how much I'll save by going through the headache of, the whole process in Missouri is kind of a pain in the butt. I didn't realize that it was going to be a pain in the butt until I went down, we got insurance on it, and went down and to the DMV, and they said, okay, is the bus running? I said, yes, it runs. I don't drive it yet. We're actually converting it. And I told them I wanted to get it, the title redone as an RV. And she said, well, the first thing you got to do is you got to go get it inspected because your title is from out of state. This bus came from Texas. So that actually in itself affects everything, the whole process. You have to get an ID/OD, which is the VIN number has to be verified and the odometer has to be verified because it's an out-of-state title. Apparently they don't like it when you buy a school bus from out of state. They'd rather you buy it from in-state, so they throw some more hoops for you to go through because you bought an out-of-state bus, I guess. That's kind of my feeling on it. But anyway, so that thing's annoying. Let me turn that thing off. That is much better. It's starting to warm up in here. I got to turn that heater down to medium. All right, so you have to get an ID/OD, So I have to take the bus to get inspected, which there's a guy that actually lives down the road that does that. I'm going to see if I can get him to stop by here to do the inspection on the bus rather than me having to drive it into town, which, it's only like 2 miles, but I've got wires and stuff hanging down underneath the bus. I'm building on it right now. I want to get this done, but it's going to end up costing, I think she said, around about $350 to pay the sales tax on the 4,000 and get the tag. And it kind of depends on what weight of tag I get. So honestly, I kind of need to wait until the bus is pretty much completely built out and then take it in and weigh it and see what I weigh. That way I can get the proper tag for it, because you can get a wide variation of tags. I could get a commercial tag or an apportion tag, much like you would on a semi truck, because right now it's a commercial vehicle basically. It's a school bus. So, I don't have to tag it like that, but the weight is the thing on the tag. If I was to get pulled into a scale or get pulled over, I don't actually, in most states, I don't believe yet with a school bus, you don't have to pull into scales unless you're using it for commercial use. And technically, being on YouTube, making money with YouTube, the bus is part of that. They could, in the court of law, probably construe it as a commercial vehicle because you're actually technically making money with it. Because it is also a tax write-off. So in a court of law, they could, construe it to be, commercial vehicle. All these things kind of take effect with, do you have to have a CDL to drive it? No, you don't. But this bus has air brakes. You do have to have an air brakes endorsement in order to drive it. I don't care what state you're in. If your vehicle has air brakes on it, you have to have an air brakes endorsement. Basically, all that endorsement is saying that you know how your brakes operate. And because if you're going down the road and you don't know how to operate those brakes, if you're on and off those brakes all the time coming off a mountain or something, you're going to run out of air pressure possibly. Or if you start down a mountain and your air is got a leak or something and it's not building very fast, you can quite easily run out of air, which would be like, you know, with hydraulic brakes running out of brake fluid, and you essentially would not have brakes anymore. I think it was my New Year's Eve live that somebody was asking me what I thought about the truck driver who got into a wreck, I guess. I didn't know anything about it, so I had to go research that and find out a little bit more about that. The guy had a 100-year sentence, and I guess they reduced it to 10 years. And I really don't know what I would say would be justice on that. 100 years is a little bit steep, I think. I mean, but at the same time, the guy had a choice. From what I understand, he actually passed up an exit, a runaway ramp for trucks, you know, that have no brakes. I don't know the exact circumstances. Maybe there was traffic in the way and he was trying to miss them and couldn't get onto the runaway ramp or something. I don't know all the specifics, but personally, if I was looking at stop traffic down the mountain and I'm in a truck that I know I cannot stop, I 100% know that I would not hit those vehicles. I would plow that truck off the mountain. I would run it into the wall. I would hit the ditch. I would flip it over. It is not hard to flip a semi truck over. All you got to do is jerk that wheel. You can lay it over on the side. You probably will get banged up, but you might survive. There's no way, no how I would ever run a vehicle into a car or a line of cars or anything. So I 100% think the guy should do prison time. He made that choice to basically, you know, if you plow into other vehicles, you're going to take lives. That is something that every truck driver has to make that decision when they get their CDL. You would never want to hurt anyone. I mean, the guy had no record or anything, but he made that choice. So I mean, I believe he deserves some jail time. I don't think 100 years is probably too much, or I mean, I think it is too much. But you know, 4 people lost their life in that accident, and I don't know. I've seen other truck drivers, a tanker driver in the Northeast on icy roads. They thought that the roads were good. A bridge was not treated and it was icy, and he flipped his truck off of the elevated roadway, which killed himself, but he saved possibly hundreds of people by not running that tanker into traffic. That is a very touchy subject, and so, you know, now that I actually done a little research on that, I think 10 years is probably pretty fitting. Looking at the charges, like what they convicted him of and the wording of it and everything, kind of made him sound like a murderer. It really makes it sound like he did it on purpose. In a sense, he did. He chose not to flip the truck over. He chose not to run it into the wall and, you know, get hurt only himself or whatever. He basically, from my understanding, I don't know the exact circumstances. It sounds to me like, you know, he was scared to death and he ran that truck into other vehicles. Maybe he froze up or whatever. Honestly, I mean, probably what I would have done in that instance, I probably would have undone my seatbelt. I would have opened the door. I would have popped the air brakes on it, and I would have jerked the wheel to the right, and I would have jumped out. Yeah, I would have got tore up pretty bad, but the thought of running a semi truck into a line of cars, there's no way I could possibly do that. I would rather run that thing off the side of the mountain, flip it over on the roadway or something. Crazy. MT Homestead. It is Mike. Had to go back to work today. Poor Adam. He was having a hard time, but I think overall it went well. Yeah. I guess you got him out there. What is she up to now? Said Terry, we can drink our coffee at the table in it once Dave gets it done with his wife too. Yeah. We'll have to actually, once we get this bus done, maybe during the summertime, we'll probably have to start traveling around and meeting people. I think that'd be super awesome. If YouTube was to ever get to a point where I could afford gas or fuel in this bus and be able to go around and meet people, have little mini meetups and stuff, I think that'd be super awesome. What is she up to now? Said Terry, you're going to be there, and so is his wife. So we'll have to see if we tell him we'll share the coffee. Maybe he'll make it for us. Sure, I will. Lots of coffee here. I don't drink much coffee anymore. It really messes with my stomach. We won't tell Dave. We'll surprise him. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do that. Don't come up here surprising me. Let me know. You guys can, my email is in the About tab if you want to come out and say hi. Oh, heck, you can just show up. Everybody else does. Let's see. MT said the prosecution said that there were pullouts that he could have used. I think that 110 was way too much, but he definitely deserved to serve time. 10 years was probably sufficient. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel. I mean, even hitting a runaway ramp is pretty sketchy. I mean, you could, depending on what you're hauling, you could possibly lose your life just hitting a runaway ramp because they're meant to stop a truck pretty quickly. They're usually like loose rock and gravel or sand. And, like if you're hauling pipe or something, you probably need to just plan on jumping out of the truck right before it hits the runaway ramp. I mean, when you get into driving a truck, you know that is a possibility. The other thing is, they were trying to put some of the blame on the company, but in reality, it comes down to the driver. He needs to know how to adjust his brakes. He needs to know, when his brakes need replaced and all that stuff. And he needs to stick up for himself and tell the company, heck no, I'm not driving that truck. It's not safe. It comes down to the driver. And the problem we're having in this country right now is a lot of drivers, they don't want to take on that responsibility. The companies don't want to take on that responsibility. And the laws in this country are back and forth all the time, flip-flopping from putting it onto the company, putting it onto the driver. It is ultimately the driver's responsibility. So I would place 100% of that on the driver. If I was in that situation, I would place all the blame on myself. And that's one reason why I say I would just flip the truck over and, try to lay it on the passenger side. It ain't that hard to flip a truck over. You just jerk the wheel to the side and it's going to lay over. 20 some odd years of driving a truck, and I got into one incident, and luckily everybody was okay. And it's hard to say what you would do in that instance when you get into an accident. But I've actually been in an accident, and luckily I did everything in just microseconds perfectly right, and it saved lives. It was a really bad wreck. There was like 5 or 6, I think, vehicles involved. This kid basically came over, sideswiped me on the passenger side. He went across the nose of my truck. I watched him. I could see his face. He was looking up at me the whole time, and it was just like slow motion. I seen him go down into the center median. I'd already laid on the trailer brakes, and he went through the center median. It was on I-540 in, what was that? Fayetteville, Arkansas. Right now, they actually have a divider right there because of that accident, to where people can't cross over. That was a very scary accident because he went across the median. There was nothing keeping him from going through the median, and he head on with like 5 other vehicles. It was pretty crazy. It almost flipped me over. That actually made me take a break in truck driving for a while, because I thought I could actually get back out there and drive. I tried it. I got back in the truck just a week or two later, and I thought, okay, I'm good. But it was, I don't know if you call it post-traumatic stress or something, but anytime a vehicle got on that right side of me, I could feel it inside. I just was like, it's kind of like claustrophobia, like say when you're in a crowd of people and you just get super nervous and like you just want to get the heck out of there. That's kind of what I would feel like all the time. It was rough, but I finally got over it. It just took time. I didn't see how old he was or how much experience he had driving. Yeah, I didn't see that either. He looked pretty young, so I would say he probably had 10 years or less experience. But I mean, 5 to 10 years experience driving a truck, any driver with that kind of experience, probably that would not have been the outcome. It's the newer drivers that will freeze up and not know what to do, maybe not know how to handle that vehicle and that kind of weight very well. I mean, it really depends on the person. It goes from person to person, because when I first started driving a truck, I was just kind of a natural at it, other than the shifting. That was something I had to learn. But, handling the weight and everything was just almost second nature to me. Just kind of feeling how the vehicle reacted and everything. I never once got into a situation where I thought I was going into a curve too fast or down a mountain too fast. Dragonfly said, I got the cutting board, Dave. I love it. Thank you. Awesome. I was a little late on getting that sent out. I finally got your information, everything to send it to you, and then it was like the next day, I think, that I finally sent it out, or maybe the day after that. And I would see it sitting there, and I was like, man, I need to get that thing shipped out. Tracy Jordan said, my husband used to drive and actually shut down his truck because the company kept sending him out when they knew the truck needed fixing. I've one instance where, and it was a local deal, a dump truck, working for a company that I did a lot of heavy hauling stuff for. And I did a lot of, demolition work and welding, and I built trucks for them. And, when there wasn't one thing to do, there was something else to do. And I really liked that job. I did a lot of heavy haul for them over about 8 or 9 years. And one day I came into work and they wanted me to haul a load of rock in the dump truck. And the dump truck had these big wide tires. It was kind of hard to get. And there was a chunk of rubber about that big around missing out of the center of the tread, and you could see the belting in it, just a quarter size spot. And I told him about it. I've told him multiple times. I said, you got to get that steer tire replaced. And he's like, oh, it's fine. You're not even gonna get over 45 mile an hour. If it goes flat, it goes flat. Well, I was going through Webb City, Missouri with a load of rock on in that truck, and that tire blew out. It was a Freightliner FL70, and it blew the hood off of it, the whole half of the hood on the driver's side. It literally sounded like I got hit by an IED. That thing exploded. It ripped the bumper off. It blew the headlight out, took out half of the hood, and it turned the truck sideways, which scared the holy living daylights out of me. Luckily, I was able to get it shut down. It almost rolled the truck over, and I called the boss. He came out and he goes, well, I guess I should have listened to you and got the tire replaced. And I was like, I told you. But what that came down to was I was in the office that morning, getting my barking orders and everything. And he said, I want you to haul a load of rock, or 2 loads of rock, I think it was. And I was adamant. I said, I'm not driving that truck. I've told you 5 or 6 times to get that steer tire replaced on that truck. And what he did was, there was an older gentleman that was a truck driver there, and he hollered at him. He was outside the office. Hey, so-and-so, can you go jump in truck, 32, whatever it was, get me a couple loads of rock and bring over to this place or whatever. And he's like, yeah, sure. I was like, that's what it comes down to. You're going to send me home where I don't have any work. You're going to just have someone else do it. So what it comes down to is somebody else is going to be willing to drive that truck that's not safe And I said, fine, I'll take it because I needed money. That's what it comes down to. And that's why the DOT has to put some responsibility on the company, because there's instances like that where that's exactly what happens. 20 some odd years in trucking, I've seen it happen multiple times. And that's why the government doesn't like to listen to the small guy. They like to listen to these bigger corporations, because the bigger corporations a lot of times tend to be those companies that, will say, no, you don't drive it. Like CFI, they say, you absolutely do not drive a truck if there's anything wrong with it. It does not cost them that much. CFI, back when I worked for them, they made approximately $8 per load, and their revenue was around $8 million a day. That's how many loads they didn't haul 8 million loads a day, but they brokered about that many, or a million loads a day is how many loads they brokered. And they would make approximately, they made more money on the loads that they brokered than the loads that they hauled themselves. And they brokered a lot of loads out to other companies. So the numbers that they gave me back then was CFI made about 8 million a day. That's a lot of money, but that's a lot of loads being moved across the U.S. that they were handling at that time. And so, yeah, they had money. Like, if anything was wrong with that truck, you got it fixed. You did not take that truck out. I remember them talking about one instance where one of their drivers parked on an off-ramp. A lady and her husband was going down the road. The lady admitted to falling asleep behind the wheel, went off that off-ramp and rear-ended that truck, and the driver of that truck was sleeping. The company got sued for millions of dollars, even though the lady admitted that she fell asleep behind the wheel, that it was 100% her fault. It killed her husband, but yet they sued CFI for millions. Crazy. Hey, Heather, what's up? I'm probably way behind in the chat here. Let me try to catch up. What do you think about these 18-year-olds driving trucks? Well, it depends on the 18-year-old. There's a lot of 18-year-olds out there that's perfectly capable, and it's up here. They're, how mature they are. Like my oldest son, I would not put him behind the wheel of a semi truck. He's not necessarily that grown up. My 16-year-old, I would probably be okay with letting him start driving a truck, like a dump truck or something, giving him that kind of responsibility. It's all about the person, and that's where we really run into problems, is the training of these truck drivers. I've seen Swift do this on multiple occasions. I've seen a driver who came from New York City. He previously never even had a driver's license to drive a car. He never even drove a car before. He was from the inner city. He always took like the city transit, hopped on a bus, went wherever he wanted on that. Never owned a car himself. And next thing you know, he goes through 2 weeks of training through Swift, and he is put behind the wheel of a semi truck. Has no idea. Like, he's never even drove a car out of state. When you go from state to state to state, there's a lot of differences. Like, the roads are a little different. Like down in Texas, you have feeder roads and everything. In Texas, it's pretty customary for a four-wheeler or a car, we call them four-wheelers, they get over on the shoulder and let you go around. That's totally different than most other states. You go to Ohio and you don't see that. So there's a lot of different things like that. The roads are a little different. And I seen this guy take a turn from the right lane, make a right-hand turn. He didn't even swing out or nothing. Dropped his right-hand side trailer tandems off in the ditch, and the ICC bumper, or the rear bumper of the trailer, was sitting on the road, and he just kept back and forth, trying to get it to go. And I had to run up there and tell him to stop, because had that ICC bumper gave way, his truck would have fell over in the ditch. It would have flipped him right over. And so I see a lack of training, because they just need a warm body in a seat. That's the way a lot of these big companies look at it. And that's where the big companies are failing, is on the training. They're not giving proper training. They're not making sure and vetting these people that they have the mentality or the know-how and everything. A lot of these guys are being put out there ill-prepared. They don't even know how to bypass an air dryer. So your air dryer is what takes the moisture out of your air for your air brakes. And in really, really cold weather like this, let's say you get up in the mountains, your air dryer can freeze up, which would cause you not to have brakes. And so you're out there in a blizzard, and your air brakes freeze up. So you end up coming to a stop because your parking brakes will come on. All right, so you're sitting on the side of the road. You got blizzard conditions, and you need to make it another 20 or 30 miles. And in the next 20, 30 minutes, the highway is going to be shut down, for instance, or you're in a mountain pass, and you've got limited food, limited ability to survive out there in that truck. I mean, this is how serious it is. It comes down to a life or death situation, because a lot of times in really, really bad conditions, emergency services may not even be able to get to you. Technology has made things a bit safer now with GPS tracking and everything like that. Like CFI, they got looks like a phone, or they used to, where you could actually push a button and it would call emergency services, and it would pinpoint exactly where you are within 30 feet, and they would get emergency services out to you as soon as possible. So that those things kind of alleviate a lot of those problems, but they don't prepare all these drivers and make sure, those drivers need to know that they have that fitting or whatever they need to be able to bypass that air dryer, so they could just save themselves, and just quickly be able to be back up and running and get off the road to a safe place. I see it all the time. Just ill-prepared drivers. They don't even know that they don't know is one of the biggest problems. That is scary. Glad you didn't get hurt. I must be way behind in the chat. We had a pipe in the road hit our tag axle tire on our 36-foot Class A motorhome. Blew the tire. The tread wrapped around the axle and tore off the bottom side of the metal of the RV. Yep. I've had similar things happen before. Not always like just hit something, but like just a tire just randomly blow out. I've had brand new tires blow out before. That's pretty scary. Oh, you were talking about the incident with the dump truck. We burned our brakes another time on a mountain. Yeah, and that's one thing I want to see if I can get done on this bus, is I want to see if I can get a turbo brake put on this engine. I don't think I can actually get a Jake brake installed on this, because it's the 7.3 liter. But I think I can get a turbo brake put on it, because when I drove for American Ramp Company, I had a 99 Ford F350 that had the 7.3 Power Stroke, and it had a turbo brake on it that we had installed. And that truck had it was vacuum over hydraulic that went to the trailer brakes, which was kind of different. Hey, Mary Jemison said, good morning. Dragonflies, and when the pipe hit the tire, it also took out the water heater. Ooh, dang, yeah. I'm hoping I can find some kind of insurance that covers road hazard. Outdoors with Big Matt. Do you have videos, Outdoors with Big Matt? I've not seen you in here before, but I'll go check out your channel. Let me see. I'll need to write that down or I'll forget it. Good thing I have a pen and paper right here. I have to go check that out. I like, supporting other channels and stuff that, pop in my lives and watch my videos and everything. Let's see. What a ship to now said, yes, Big Matt does, and does live feeds too. I'm gonna have to check it out. I mean, it sound like its actual channel. So we had Columbia Insurance when all that happened. Did they treat you good, Dragonflies? That's the real question. Did they cover it? Man, I've seen a few videos here lately. I don't know why, but I've been seeing a lot of videos on like crazy drivers and accidents and stuff like that. and I just end up watching it or letting it play while I'm working or something. Oops. MT Homestead said, "Good morning, Outdoors with Big Matt." It's an actual channel, and so is mine, Dave. I know that. What is she up to now? The problem is I don't ever see you get on your, like, you never show your face on your videos. Do you even have any videos out where you actually get on camera? MT said, Big Matt is definitely an actual channel. We are sub to him. That's awesome that he popped in here. My coffee has gotten cold on me. I'm gonna turn the heat back up. It's getting cold in here. Yeah. Man, I can't even believe this live turned into about truck driving. I mean, it's kind of how everything seems to go because I know quite a bit about it. I mean, that's where half my life was spent. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people will try to tell you that you have to have a CDL. If you buy a bus, you don't have to have a CDL, especially if you get it registered or tagged, titled and registered as an RV. There's a lot of, I think there's a lot of like leeway and everything whenever you get it as an RV, or if you buy an actual RV, like you have certain weight or whatever restrictions. I think you can actually have a lot more weight than what like a semi truck can have, but just going off of kind of standard industry standards for like commercial vehicles, I'm pretty sure I can have a total gross weight on the rear axle is 20,000 pounds, and then 12,000 or 12, maybe 12.5. It depends on the axle and the tire ratings, but typically you can have 12,000 on your steer. This does have truck tires on it. They're 11R 22.5. That's a very standard semi truck tire, and that's what it has all the way around it. So I believe it's 20,000 on the rear and 12,000 on the steer. MT said, I need to hop off of here and go edit a video. Hope everyone has a great day. All right, have a good one. Thank you for stopping in here. I actually probably need to be hopping off here pretty soon and getting my day started. Get something done around here. We got 30 people in here, 28 thumbs up. Is Terry hopping out of here too? No, that's Mr. MT. Mike is the one on there. He said it was him instead of Terry this morning, I guess. I thought that's what they said. What is she up to now? Good morning. Charlene. Oh. See, and that's another thing I got to work on is trying to remember all y'all's names, people who pop in here. Oh, no, it is Terry. Oh, said Mike had to go to work. Oh, okay. Oops. Bye, Mike. No, it is Terry. You had it right. You had it right. I read it wrong. See you later, Terry. Have a good one. Tell Mike I said hi. Oh, man. It got chilly in here pretty quick. I got to turn this other thing off here. It's over here burning. And those little burners, it's not real good. It'll burn, those things burn up all your oxygen pretty quick. The little thing I was using to heat up the coffee water. The Mr. Heater isn't so bad about that because the, I guess it makes its own oxygen, sort of. Makes some of its own oxygen, I think, with the catalytic heater. It does end up getting stuffy in here using the propane heat. So I definitely cannot wait until the diesel heater comes in. It's supposed to be here tomorrow, I think. So super excited. I'll have the floor finished out today. And if it warms up today, I'll probably get out there and start resawing some of my pine lumber that I have. Turning some 2x6s into 2x4s so I can use that for framing inside here. so we can get started on that. But yeah, I need some warmer weather. I don't really feel like being out here in like below 20-degree weather. I mean, if it's 20 degrees or higher, I can probably just dress up warmer, throw on my overalls and everything, and get out there and work. Um, but I'd prefer it to be 30 degrees at least. Tracy Jordan said, hope it warms up. Can't wait to see what you have got for us next. I love watching your videos and when I can make your lives. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks, Tracy. Let's see. I think you're supposed to be a moderator. MT Homestead is now a moderator. I need to work on doing this. I may have to go through my mods and delete some people because for some reason my mom is not able to comment on my lives anymore. And I didn't know about that until after my New Year's Eve live, which I took that one down because it struck a nerve with somebody. They kind of mistook what I was talking about. Like, apparently they thought that I was talking down on nurse practitioners. I know they work under basically the supervision of a doctor, supposedly. But this nurse practitioner does not like advertise that she's a nurse practitioner. She doesn't. I mean, there's not an actual doctor on site. And I was led to believe that I was at a doctor's office, not a nurse practitioner. So I actually need to find a doctor who will actually do something, because I go in there every time I go in to that office. Basically, they just listen to what I have to say and do nothing about it. They just take my money, and that's where the system is kind of broken with this setup that we have here. Is I have, in order to get certain testing and stuff done, I have to be referred to get that done. So you have to pay a doctor or a nurse practitioner, whatever. So you have to be referred to go, be tested to see if you're diabetic, or you have to be referred to go get an endoscopy done, or stuff like that, like to find out or diagnose what is wrong with me. I mean, we don't know if it's Crohn's disease or what it is, because basically I go to the doctor, I give them $75 and they do nothing about it. And so this person kind of got pissed off, and they started sending some sort of hateful comments and stuff on what seemed to be a fake account. And so apparently I struck a nerve with what I was talking about there, but they missed the whole point of what I was talking about, and they thought that I was like talking down on nurse practitioners. But no, it was actually just the fact that I keep paying them money and with no results. That's the thing I was complaining about. And so I ended up taking that down. I was just like, I'm not going to deal with these comments from people like that. So I just, I took it down, said the heck with it. I'm not, I think that video made like $2, $2.11, I think it was. So I was like, people don't usually go back and rewatch my lives. So it's more headache than what it's worth to leave that video out. It was great, hanging out with everybody and having a 5-hour long live. But, people just aren't, for the most part, going to go back and watch that video. 26 degrees here. Yeah, imagine that's probably what it is here. It's pretty stinking cold. This little propane heater right here, it works pretty good. And we actually finally got it on high right now. This morning I was having trouble with that. I need to plug this phone back in, because if not, it might die on me. It doesn't show me what the power is on it. But apparently when it's super, super, super cold, the propane tank, I guess, doesn't want to turn that liquid propane into gas. And I was able to get it lit finally, but it took a little while. I had to put a heat gun on the tank, aimed at the tank to warm the tank up, because when I would turn it on low, the pilot would go out and the whole thing would stop going. I was like, man, That would suck if I was out on the road in the bus and just learned that. Uh, it never fails when I go to my doctor. He says I need to go see a specialist. I could have 5 specialists because my GP uh, can't help me. Yeah, that's the thing I keep seeing. Hey, off the wall prepper said, "Hey everyone, Happy New Year Day, Happy New Year." Um, I don't go to the doctor unless it's an emergency. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much me. And so there could be things wrong with me that I don't know. The bad thing is colon cancer. It runs in my mom's side of the family, and so that's something I have to look out for. And I'm actually way overdue for getting a colonoscopy done. I had one done probably 6 years ago, I think. And that's kind of what I'm going off of is that colonoscopy and the endoscopy. And, I go in there and I'm like, well, I do know that I have an ulcer that can flare up. And that was probably the biggest part of the problem here recently is taking the Excedrin, flared up the ulcer, and then, led to a whole bunch of other stuff. And so basically, what I finally learned with talking with my nurse practitioner, I keep wanting to say doctor, but it's not a doctor, it's a nurse practitioner. Uh, with talking with her, basically, I finally figured out over the phone because she finally came out and told me, well, quit taking Excedrin or quit taking aspirin, take Tylenol. All these years, I thought Tylenol was pretty much the same thing because in the ingredients it says that it's acetaminophen. It just doesn't have the caffeine. And I thought, Tylenol's an NSAID too. When I take Tylenol, it does not help my headache. And that's what I was usually taking Excedrin for. And she just said, simply stop taking Excedrin, stop taking aspirin, don't take any of that. And so things have gotten a little bit better. The coffee's not so good for me, but I think 1 cup every now and then, once a week or so, shouldn't kill me. Let's see. Dragonfly said I had a colonoscopy one time. I have or had, what is that? Diverticulitis. Hope I said that right. So didn't have a choice. I don't know what that is, that big old crazy long word, but I know I have what they call duodenitis. Whatever that is, it has to do with the duodenum, which could actually possibly be Crohn's that just hasn't been, what do they call it? They haven't diagnosed it. Because, and I think the biggest problem is because I don't have insurance, I can't just go to the doctor. I have to have money to go to the doctor. And so, yeah, that is very restrictive. And it seems like every time I go to the doctor, I don't see any results. So I'm like, why spend the money? We take a leave and Advil, hardly ever Tylenol. Yeah, and I think, I want to say a leave and Advil are an NSAID. Diverticulitis too, that sucks. Huh. Dawn Lee says she has that too. What is that? I don't know what it is. I'll probably be like, yep, I got that too. that's what my wife says. She's like, oh, you got everything. I'm like, no, I have a very specific, like, this is problems I have right now. Mary Jimison said a leave here. Similar to Crohn's. Yeah, someone had mentioned Crohn's or whatever, and a nephew of mine actually has that, and he has to go to the doctor and get all kinds of like tests and stuff run. And I was like, it sounds very similar to the things I've got going on. So basically trying to self-diagnose, that way I can help the doctor figure out what the heck, the problem is. Like last night, I had, let's see, the beef stew. It was Dinty Moore beef stew, which I actually ate on camera in the bus last night, which would probably be maybe a little segment of that video. But um, I was sitting here watching YouTube videos and eating, taking a little break. Uh, but that really kind of messed with me. Like, it's anything spicy or that has flavor to it can mess me up. Uh, the biggest thing I've noticed is black pepper. Black pepper will turn my world upside down. It is crazy, and I love black pepper. Like, when I have eggs or anything like that in the morning, I usually will put, a little salt and pepper on there. I had always heard that pepper was good for your heart or whatever, and so I would always eat pepper. I liked it, and but now it's like black pepper just it ruins me. Comparable to labor pain? Yeah, I don't think I have that. A lot of my problems just makes me feel like weird. Like, it makes me feel like I'm hanging upside down. Like the blood is rushing to my head and everything. Like last night, I was feeling pretty terrible. Like, I laid down, tried to go to sleep, and I woke up about an hour later and was feeling pretty crappy. I went and took my blood pressure, and it was 144 over 80 and like 74 beats per minute, which, is kind of, what do they call that? Borderline hypertension or something. And I was like, well, 144 over 80 is not terrible. So, it's like, it feels like your blood pressure is high because it feels like you're upside down, right? But I take my blood pressure, and I'm like, that's not that high. When it was getting up to like 160 over 90 something, and 180 over one something was getting up there really high. And when that was happening, that was, oh my gosh, crazy. There was times I was going to the ER for that. Let's see, they told me not to eat seeds or nuts because they can get stuck in that polyp when inflamed. Yeah, another problem I have is what's it called? Hiatal hernia. So I think the problem with that is a hiatal hernia, like kind of like a pocket right before your stomach, and food can get lodged in there, whatever, cause problems. But I think the biggest thing is when I have acid reflux, the acid can get stuck in that hiatal hernia and really cause some problems. And I think that could be the problem. And I honestly feel like if they could fix that with surgery or something, that might alleviate a lot of the problems. And I think some of the other problems is maybe me not having enough fiber in my diet and passing things through quickly enough, and that could be some of it. Yeah, that morphine drip works really fast though. I was never on a morphine drip, but I did one time. I had a cyst on one of my unmentionables one time, and I ended up passing out in the bathroom from that, and my wife forced me to go to the doctors or to the hospital, and I ended up getting an ultrasound on one of those two things. It was swelled up pretty bad, and so that was really interesting. Super painful, and it was middle of the night in Joplin. We went to the old St. John's Hospital that's now gone from the tornado, but so went there, got an ultrasound, got like an injection and some pills or something, and they gave me morphine, and that flipped my world around. I was like, whoa, I could still feel the pain, but I just didn't care no more. I was like, man, that morphine's some crazy stuff. And I remember it iced that night, and my wife was driving me back home. She got out there on the road in front of St. John's in the old minivan we had, and she done a 360 on the ice. And we got down to the McDonald's. I said, pull in here to McDonald's. I said, I don't care if I'm on morphine or not. I can drive better than you. And I ended up, still feeling the effects of the morphine, driving on ice home that night. It was a very long drive, but it wasn't a long drive. It just took forever because we were on ice. But yeah, she scared the holy living daylights out of me. Her driving. That's why when we do Amazon, if I'm with her, I'm the one doing the driving, because I'm always a nervous wreck when she's driving. And it's not just her. It's anybody else driving. It drives me up the wall. I'm just like, hey, let me drive, because I cannot stand like the anxiety, I guess it is, of someone else driving or me not being in control of the wheel. Like she'll do stuff and I'm just like freaking out, just like, hey, slow down, get off their butt, all this and that. That's one thing. One of my pet peeves is she'll get right up on the butt of someone else. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Back the F off from them. I was like, you need at least 7 seconds. And that's one thing I'm always harping about, is like, you need 7 seconds distance, from the person in front of you. When they pass a sign, you go 1,000, 2, 1,000, all the way up to 7 seconds. You need to have that following distance. And, I see it around here a lot. People getting rear-ended. I'm like, well, it's technically your fault because you're riding the butt of someone else. And they have to get on their brakes because a dog or a deer or something running in front of them. And then you rear-ended them. It's both people's fault, honestly, for following too close and stuff like that. But yeah, whenever she does it, it drives me crazy. Food is the enemy. Yeah, I've definitely changed my diet big time. I don't eat bacon very much anymore. I noticed that if I have biscuits and gravy that I make with the bacon grease, that kind of affects me a bit. It's it's not real bad if I put any pepper in my gravy, and that could have been part of it too. I did put some pepper in the gravy, very little, and that could be what affected me yesterday, is that little bit of black pepper, because I know chocolate and black pepper and anything like tomato, anything with tomato in it, just it ruins me. And if it's real greasy, that messes with me too. They told me to go on a liquid diet when I have a flare up. I've noticed that. Let's see. Shoot, I can't even think right now. Yogurt. Yogurt is my friend. Uh, let's see, Dave. Why don't you do roadie? You pick up and deliver items, and it can make good money. Well, I don't have a vehicle to do that. Um, I got rid of the Mustang, which got horrible gas mileage. It wouldn't be a good idea to do that. Jeff messing around. Hey, good morning. Said hi, David. Uh, wow, JTLO. Hi, Jeff. She's set up for doing Spark. The biggest problem I see with Spark or delivering for Walmart is I think they pay like every 2 weeks or something. I said that's not going to work out. Uh, the Amazon Flex pays twice a week, and most people, I mean, if you want to have drivers delivering your stuff, that's the way you got to do it. Pay like twice a week, because people have to get that gas money coming back in so they can continue doing what they're doing. Because you know the problem with it is they're not treating it like a business. 99% of people doing Amazon Flex are not treating it like a business. If they would treat it like a business, if everybody would treat it like a business, it would make better money. The biggest problem I see is most people don't do it as a job. They do it to make a little bit extra money. And so they're taking loads for like $55. And then you start figuring up, okay, how much did you spend in gas that day? Depending on the vehicle, my wife's vehicle gets pretty stinking good gas mileage. We can go really far on very little. She spends about, let's say, $10 a day in gas. So let's say you take a load for $55, and you're going to be working about 4 hours that day for that $55, and you could range probably about 100 miles that day, and it's going to cost you $10 in gas. Well, most people, all they see is that $10. They're not figuring in 50 cents a mile for maintenance and all this other stuff and actually treating it like a business. You know, if it's a semi truck, your maintenance on a semi truck is going to cost you at least $1 a mile. So if you're running a trucking company, you're running an 18 wheeler, you have to make $1 a mile just to pay for your overhead. A lot of like the let's say the hopper bottom industry right now, on a good day or really decent loads, is paying about $1.60 a mile. So you're making that 60 cents a mile to pay yourself and incidentals and stuff, right? A dollar a mile comes right off the top for all your maintenance and everything. And the average Joe with their little car is going to run their car into the ground for Amazon. That's where, Jeff Bezos is making millions of dollars off of people who have no clue what they're doing. And it just makes it really tough for other people to actually make a business out of it. And I mean, that's just what I see. It's the deer's fault because they should cross at the sign that says deer crossing. I know. Why don't the deer like pay attention to their crossing areas? I mean, the crazy thing is, like, you're going down a mountain, right? And you're out in the middle of nowhere, and it's a really curvy part of the road, and they put up these signs for deer crossings, like, in the worst places. I mean, why do they, like, man, they need to fix something with the road districts and stuff. Like, they put these deer crossings in the worst places ever. Dragonfly says you have a truck, right? Yeah, I have a pickup truck that's not in the best condition. It needs some front end work done on it. Yeah, but I cannot use that pickup truck for doing Amazon because I would lose my butt. It does not get good enough gas mileage to do that. I've seen other people hauling Amazon with their pickups, which you're not even supposed to be able to do unless you have a camper shell on it, because it could be raining and these people put packages in the bed of their truck, and I'm like, it states in there that you have to have a camper shell on it or you cannot use a pickup unless it's a crew cab. Well, mine's not a crew cab, and it's not in that great of condition. Like, when I went to the 41.36, I started noticing some issues with it and stuff. Get the Roadie app and look. Yeah, I don't have a vehicle really to do that. And I've decided not to help my wife with Amazon anymore, mainly because, we made enough money to be able to pay the $800 a month house payment, but she's irresponsible with money. I'm just, I'm not trying to trash my wife or anything, dogging her, nothing like that. I mean, there's one reason I don't usually tell people about this stuff is because you're supposed to lift up your spouse, right? You're not supposed to talk down on them or anything. But the simple fact of the matter is, she's not responsible with money. I was helping her out, and me helping her out was supposed to get 2 loads a day. Right now, we can't do that, so it makes no sense for me to do that. Here pretty soon, all the soccer moms and everybody is going to quit hauling Amazon, and things will get a little better and get to the point where there will be 2 loads available per day per person. But right now, it's just not there. The thing is, like, she likes to run around a lot. She, runs the tires off that car. I ended up paying for 2 new tires for the car. But the money we made that should have been paying all the bills and everything, she just spent it. And the way she does that is, it's going out to eat. When she has money, she's like, oh, let's go out to eat. Let's do this. Let's do that. And she's always running around. It's not usually even involving me. She's going and seeing a friend, just running back and forth in and out of town. And I said, look, you've got to treat this like a business, and you got to understand, like, you may have made $100 today, but you got to put money back. And the problem I see is she's not putting anything back. The money is just gone, nickel diamond here and there, losing money. And I'm like, okay, so we could have, if I was in control of that money and everything, then we could have paid the house payment, which we're told not to pay it right now, because when they put this, if they decide to put this onto the back of the loan, if we pay anything right now, that's just paying that down, and that's not helping us out. When they say, okay, here's the cutoff date, all of this is going onto the back end of the loan. Right now, everything's a little bit in limbo, and so we need to just not make a payment right now and save that money up. So they'll put all this onto the back of the loan and then start making our payments. So that's kind of what the lender told us, is don't make any payments yet, because all of this will get put onto the back end of the loan, hopefully. It's just, the thing I hate is just not knowing and it taking forever. I know, like New Year's and Christmas and everything has really just kind of put everything behind. But yeah, I don't like to dog her or anything, but that's the problem. And so I told her, if you're not going to put the money back and make sure bills are paid, then I can't help you anymore. I have to do other stuff to try to make money, which I need a warm day, because I could make probably $100. I've got to do some milling for a guy. I got to make another post for him. He changed his plans. He wanted to do 10 foot in the front and 8 foot in the back. So one of the beams I made or the post I made for him was a 10 footer that could be cut down to 8. And now he wants to do like 12 foot in the front and 10 foot or something in the back. The guy's like 6'4", and I don't know why, but he keeps insisting on putting the post in the ground. And I keep telling him I would not do that. You need to pour concrete, a pillar, and put the wood up on top of that and have an air gap between the concrete and the wood. But he's, I guess, insisting on putting, 3 foot of the post in the ground, even though it's, like an oak 6x6. I said that oak will not last in contact with the ground. I've just straight up told him that. He watches my channel, so he might end up, seeing this video. But that's just my opinion. Well, not really opinion, it's fact. Oak will last a long time. Even like on these 100-and-something-year-old barns, they use oak siding and stuff, the old barn wood. Or not just oak, a lot of different hardwoods were put into a lot of these older barns. And they stay for a long time. And it's about the bottom foot where the water gets splashed up on there that you'll see kind of start rotting away. But if you put it in contact with the ground, it's not going to last. Patty said, I have an ex-daughter-in-law that can't save money, always paying back when she gets paid. It's sad because no matter who trusts to help her, she can't understand. Yeah, and my mother-in-law, my father-in-law has even like told her, like, hey, you got to be more responsible with money. I mean, me and my wife are total opposite. Like, I am like the save, and you guys would probably see that, in all my videos. You understand, like, what I spend money on are assets. I don't try to, the Mustang was sort of an asset. It would appear to be more of a liability, but I rather spend my money on assets, and I treated it as an asset in the way that I, went about why I got that Mustang. I did not get that Mustang to have a hot rod to go out and tear up or something. It was, I got that Mustang because I figured I can sell that in the market environment that we're in right now. I figured that most people that have money right now are not families who have a need for a minivan. So I think that was just kind of like God said, here's an opportunity, take this opportunity, here's your path, trade the minivan for the Mustang. I don't think I could have probably sold that minivan for $4,000, even though it was worth about $7,000. So I got the Mustang, and just things worked out, I guess, to where I was able to finally get a bus. Sitting there thinking about it, could you ever go and trade a Toyota Sienna straight across for a school bus? Probably not. Dragonfly said, I'm very tight with money. Yeah, but not off the wall prepper, right? That's usually how it happens. Like one person is really good with money, the other person in the relationship is like, spin, spin, spin type person. But as long as you both can be on the same page and spend the money correctly, I mean, I see that with you guys. You guys spend it correctly on preps and everything, which in the long run probably saves you a ton of money. But in the case with my wife, it's usually just her mostly like running in and out of town, going out to eat all the time. And, it's like $20, $30 here and there. And it's like, you don't understand. Like you technically made about $10 to $20 today. When she looks at it, she's like, well, I made $21 an hour. And I'm like, no, you didn't, because you have overhead. You have a vehicle that she's making payments on. And basically that's about all she's paying is the payments on that and the electric bill. Um, we have the electric bill. We have the house payments that are supposed to be made, which is actually, it's usually 800 a month. It's a little bit less now. Uh, but I mean, I just got my statement in and it's 16,505, I believe, is what we're behind. I've been told by several people that I need to do a video on that instead of talking about it in my lives, because a lot of people don't watch my lives. And they're like, you'll get so much help from the community and stuff. I'm like, is that really what I want? Do I want a handout? Do I want people help me out? I mean, somebody has already helped me out big time, and I don't want to like keep talking about it. Um, I know I hint around like as to who it was that helped me, but that's one thing I struggle with. I feel like I should be giving them, some recognition on that, but that person talked to me about how when they have helped out other people and got recognition for it, that they got haters on their channel for that. And the crazy thing is I'm starting to see haters on my channel, so apparently I'm doing something right, because that's when you start getting haters. When you start, people see that your channel is growing. My channel's not growing fast, but I'm getting roughly 90 to 100 subscribers a month now, where it used to be around 30. I would get on average a subscriber per day. By the end of the month, it turned out to be about 30. Now we're looking at probably about 92 per month. So it's growing a little bit better. I wish it would grow a lot faster. Um, I look at my content and everything, and I'm just like, why is my channel not like blowing up? This bus build and everything I thought would probably blow it up, but that's not why I'm doing YouTube. I'm doing YouTube because it's what I love. This is my dream job. If I could make a living off of this, that would be the greatest thing in the world. I don't want to be asking you guys for, to send money to my PayPal or my Cash App or sending me super chats and that sort of thing. I don't like that necessarily. When I see other people getting that, I'm like, yeah, that's cool and everything, but that's not what I'm about. I'm not trying to get my subscribers to throw cash my way. When they do, that's awesome, and I appreciate it and everything. But you know, I mean, I've seen it in other people's lives where they're called like an internet beggar and stuff like that, and you know, like when that happens, what they go through mentally, they see that, and that hurts them big time, because that's not what they're trying to do. And some people are actually doing well with the money they get from YouTube and the super chats and everything. The biggest thing from like super chats is like that money comes into YouTube. YouTube takes a huge amount of that. I think it's like 30 or 40%, which is crazy to me. I mean, someone will say, hey, here's $20 to, to do this or that or whatever. Well, you don't get it for another 30 days. It's a whole month behind. And YouTube takes out a big chunk of it. So that kind of sucks too. So, I mean, I'm like, hey, I've got Cash App now. I've got PayPal. If anyone wants to donate to the channel and help with what I'm doing here, I would prefer you to do it that way rather than a super chat. And if you send me money, I'll probably give you a shout out on my lives and stuff, rather than doing the super chats and stuff, because I'm not about, YouTube getting a ton of money because they really don't pay me much. Looks like Brenda Baker's dropping some links and stuff in there. That's awesome. Patty Price said, haha, my sons call me the hoarder of the green moldy money. Hey, that's not a bad thing, really, when you think about it. Yay, I think it will get up above freezing mark today. Awesome. I guess because I never had money. Yeah, I mean, that's where I came from. We just, we never really had money. And so you guys, you see it in a lot of my videos where everything I'm doing, I'm trying to do it as cheap as possible, but at the same time, I have an expectation like this bus needs to be like above and beyond what a lot of other people do and kind of outside the box. I've watched all kinds of videos on bus builds and everything, and people that, spend a ton of money. I mean, just a composting toilet like the Nature's Head, you're looking at around about $1,000 for that. And I'm just like, that's crazy. I'm hoping I can maybe build my own. I've been doing a little research. There's some inserts that you can actually buy that, have like the urine diverter thing to where you can kind of build your own frame and everything and plumb things up to get that done at a much cheaper price than $1,000. But yeah. Dragonfly says 6.26% higher than last year. Oh, you're talking about your electric bill. See, our electric bill is usually about $75 a month. Man, I wish my electric bill was that cheap. My electric bill right now is running like $500 to $600 a month with this extreme cold. We haven't got it. It's usually 400 and something in the winter, and when we don't need to run the AC or the heat, we're roughly 200 and something a month. It's 192 this month. That's pretty stinking good. I cannot wait until I get solar on this bus and we can move into the bus, and man, that will help out so much. Not having an electric bill anymore. That'll be one step closer. And the person who's helped me out has said that they will help me on getting the solar done, and so I'm just trusting that that's going to happen. But as of right now, I don't have the money to do it. And I think what's going to happen is that person's actually going to have somebody come out and install it, and just kind of, because I really don't know how to do all that, like all the different parts and stuff to get and how they all go together. It's a little bit above my head on that solar stuff. And there's people out there that's what they know, that's what they do, and so they'll probably have them come out and do that. I'm just hoping that I can have, shoot some video on that and show you guys rather than, just showing like the before and after. Dunley, those trolls are so jaded. We don't have trolls in here, do we? Dragonflies, you should have all kinds of good content doing the schoolie and traveling, building a cabin and all. Yeah. David put hashtags under your heading of what your video is going to be about because more people will find it. Yeah, that's one. I try to do hashtags in the description, and like Mel from Simple Life Reclaimed, she helped me with some of my videos while I was at the 41.36, and hashtags, like, I really don't understand exactly how those work, because when I look something up, and usually the way I do my videos, I try to put like a heading in there, or like what the name of the video, I guess, or the title. I try to a lot of times I don't try to do like clickbait, but I try to think up of a good title that would be like, if I was to want to look something up on a specific thing, how to do something or something like that, I try to think up of how would I type that in the search bar if I was going to look for that. But at the same time, you have to also look up on like TubeBuddy. You have to look up, how people look up things or their hashtags and stuff. I go to the internet sometimes and I'll type in good hashtags for schoolie or something like that. And I try to do that. The problem with my channel is I do sawmilling, now a schoolie, CNC carving, um, basically kind of homesteading, and doing all those different niches really messes with the algorithm. And so, like, putting me in multiple different groups and stuff, I wish that YouTube would fix that to where that wasn't a big issue. I mean, and I don't see why it is for a smaller channel like me, why that's a problem, because like Wrangler Star, that guy does videos on sawmilling, on winches for his truck or upgrades to a truck, camping, snow. What is it? They have like a dirt bike looking thing that they take up in the mountains. Like, his content is about so many different things, and he has who knows how many subscribers. I don't even pay attention to people's subscribers, but I know it's over 1 million subs that he has. And yeah, I mean, how the heck did he get there? Some of his stuff is just all over the place, and it still does really good. Don Lee said super chats are big money makers for YouTube. Yeah, and I think that is actually one thing that helps a lot of channels is those super chats aren't really helping the content creator. They're helping YouTube, but at the same time, YouTube looks at that and they say, okay, this channel is making us money. Let's put them out there in front of people. And when they do a live, YouTube will put out those notifications to more people. And that's one of the biggest things I see is YouTube playing favorites with those channels that, are big money makers for them. So, I mean, in a roundabout way, it does help out the content creator in the long run, but they don't get all that money. It's YouTube making big bucks off of that. I read that if you don't put your location, you can put 3 hashtags and it helps get your video seen better. I put quite a few hashtags in the about tab or whatever, or the description. Well, no, it's the where you put the hashtags and all that in, where you tag stuff. And I really don't think I have a real good grasp on that. Mel at Simple Life Reclaimed, she's like a pro at that. I've a couple of videos I just like handed her the phone. I'm like, here, and she's like putting in all these hashtags and stuff and commas and whatnot, and I was like, I don't understand exactly how that works, but those videos done exceptionally well. Sometimes wish I could I don't want to bother, but I just want to be like, hey, Mel, doing a video on this, how do I hashtag this? Like, what's your suggestions? Like, and tell me exactly how I type that in. I'm a complete noob when it comes to that, and I'm surprised that I even have 1,000 subscribers. And I mean, we're actually not far away from 3,000 subs. I've already got over 250,000 views, which is pretty cool. So yeah, yes, YouTube takes 30% of Super Chat money, so it's good to have Cash App and Venmo and maybe PayPal for people to send you money. Yeah, the bad thing was, like, I only had PayPal, and now I have Cash App. I've not used it yet, and no one sent money. I've put it in my About tab, the link in there. The link is not working for whatever reason. See, that's another thing. At one point, my PayPal app in that was working. Like, it turned blue. People could click on it and send me money. Now it's not working. I don't know. I haven't changed it. So I don't know what the deal is with YouTube. I think YouTube does not like people sending money to PayPal to people. They want it to go through YouTube. And I think that is like a YouTube has changed it somehow, but is no longer shows up blue where it's a clickable link in the About tab, which I think is stupid. But I guess you just have to like write it down and type it out or something. Um, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I know it used to be blue. You used to be able to click on it and be able to send people money that way. It's not blue anymore. Uh, PayPal is kind of a pain in the butt because people pay me for sawmilling that I do for them, which doesn't make much, but this last month I made a little bit from some sawmilling and stuff, and then someone else sending me money through that. My money, a lot of the money that person sent me and the money I made from that little job I did was on hold for a very long time. Unfortunately, I had to bug them all the time and say, hey, can you go to your PayPal and release that money? You have to show or say that you have received that item. And PayPal told me that basically when that person sends you money, my PayPal is set up as a business, and so PayPal thinks that I'm supposed to ship something out. And when they're just sending me money, they need to basically send it as a personal like payment or whatever, so that it's immediately released. Uh, so for whatever reason, them thinking that I was supposed to put in um, shipping information or whatever from having shipped an item to someone, because that's what PayPal thinks is going on. And so PayPal wants to hold a huge amount of your money that's been sent to you until this person says that they've received that item or whatever, even though there wasn't something, for them to get. And usually if I do send something to somebody, a lot of times it's, a in-person type thing, because Tracy bought a few things from me, and one item she actually had to come and pick up here because it was just, the coffee table was too big to ship out. It would cost a lot of money to ship. That was cool getting to meet you, Tracy, if you're still in here. All right, we're back. We tried to teach our kids to put at least 10% of all money in savings for when you really need it, and it took with 2 out of our 6. Yeah, that didn't take with me. And my parents, like, we never had money, and no one ever like taught me, hey, put this back. It wasn't until I had a job working for when I was doing my welding and fabrication job, and the boss that I worked for, kind of sort of took me under his wing and taught me a few things. He said, hey, you need to put back, so much of your money and stuff. It still didn't take with me, but what I ended up doing was, instead of like putting that money back, I invested it into things, because an economist told me one time, a really smart person, he said, the best thing you can do with your money is don't put it back. You need to invest it because of inflation. If you are saving your money, you're going to be ripped off with inflation. That's where the government steals from you. That's what inflation is the government stealing. So if you put money in the bank, inflation is going to get you. But, today, everything is cheaper than what it will be tomorrow. And that's always true. It will always be cheaper today than what it is tomorrow. When you look at it from the perspective of the long run, the market on everything fluctuates, but that's more of a month to month or day to day thing. But in the long run, everything gets more expensive because of inflation. So buy today what you can, invest properly, that sort of stuff. I can't give investment, advice, but there's a little bit of advice there. A lot of you guys probably know way more than I do. We are looking into getting a generic or Generac. I don't know if that's, you mean generic or Generac solar system installed in our cabin. I know, like, a lot of people have told me, do not cheap out on your solar. Buy the best you can. So I don't know if you mean generic or Generac, but I know like Grape Solar is supposed to be a really good one. Again, I don't know a whole lot about solar stuff. I know I see a lot of Renogy stuff, but some people that were pushing for Renogy are actually pushing for other things now. I've got to do a lot of research on it. Where will you park the bus if you lose the house? Okay, I haven't talked to this person, but there's actually a place roughly a mile from here that I could probably park. There's actually quite a few campgrounds in this area, um, which, if I go talk to them, I could probably actually move all of my logs to this place. I could set up my sawmill out there. I'm 99% sure that this person would actually let me set up shop there and run a business out of that place because it's a good size area. He does have, it's kind of a flea market type place up the hill from there. It's right next to the interstate. There are RV hookups and everything. That's why the, you know, the tub and everything probably wouldn't be a shower. I mean, probably wouldn't be an issue being used as a shower when we're boondocking or off grid. But when we go to an RV spot, we'll just hook up the gray water to the septic or whatever there, and we can take baths and stuff. We'll be hooked up to power, shore power and everything, and water and all that good stuff. Um, so it'd be basically set up as an RV. That's how the person that if they come out to install the solar and everything, they'll set up everything to set this up as an RV. I just got to make sure that the infrastructure for putting that stuff in is ready to go when they come out, or if they come out. But yeah, I've kind of got a place in the back of my mind where I'd probably go and set up for most of the time, so the kids would not, change school district and everything, and until I can find the right property or whatever to buy. Uh, that 1.20 acres for 6 grand could be gone today or tomorrow. It may already be gone. I don't know. But if I can get the money together and buy that, that would be great for me, but the kids would hate it. So I think the plan right now is honestly to put the house on the market and see if it will sell in the condition that it's in. Um, I talked to my cousin who has sold a few houses now, and he told me just to list it on Zillow. I have no experience with that, so I don't know what I'm doing. So I probably need to actually get him to come over and help me with that, get all the specifics on the house and take pictures and everything to get that listed. But he said, you get it listed, and chances are you're going to sell it in just a couple of weeks, which I probably need to do because the last house that I lost back around '08, I think it was, um, I put it on the market. I went through a realtor and I put it on the market. And when I done that, the lender foreclosed on me immediately. They found out I was trying to sell the house and, be able to pay it off and everything. They didn't want that. The banks want to steal from you with these government loans and stuff because they make big money off that. And when they done that, they even got a bailout from the government. That to me is so stupid because all the taxpayers paid in for those bailouts, and it wasn't just me. It was literally millions and millions of people were in the same boat as me. And that's what I've seen is that the government is purposely doing this. They're purposely putting us in an environment to where people will lose their homes and still have to pay for them. That's why, I mean, it's the system. Once you get into that system, it's really tough to get out of it. That is my goal, is to get out of that system, get out of that rat race. I am done with it. I finally have learned my lesson. And the sad thing is there's so many people going through the same thing right now. I'm talking about literally millions of people right now that are in the same boat as me. They're not putting it out there on the internet. They're not talking about it. They're in the forbearance plan right now, and they don't know if they're going to lose their home. I've already seen other people get kicked out of their homes and become homeless. The worst thing is right now it's in the winter and it's happening. The thing is, if I lose this house, I've learned that I will not move out. I will fight them tooth and nail because I know what's coming if that happens. If they foreclose on me, that's why I don't want to go through a realtor, because it will be listed and the lender will find out, and I know that they will foreclose on me. So if I go through Zillow and list it, I'm hoping that it will sell before the lender finds out, and we'll just go through all the paperwork and everything, get them paid off, and not have to worry about losing it. That's just the way the system is set up, and it's very disturbing that that's the way it is. And I kind of see like the big banks and everything, Fannie Mae and all of those. That's kind of, mine goes through Carrington Mortgage, which is a loan handler for all these government type loans and everything, which kind of goes back through like all those big, I think it's Fannie Mae or one of those is like the actual lender. It's crazy because when you're caught up on your bills, it's like Bank of America or something holds the loan, and as soon as you get behind, it goes back to Carrington that holds bad debt. And I don't know, it's just the way the banks work. It's kind of crazy. I cannot believe I've been on here for 2 hours and 5 minutes, and I still got 22 people in here listening to me ramble. I don't know if you guys can tell I'm procrastinating today. I need to open this window and get some oxygen in here. Whew. Let me open up this one back here real quick. It is quite warm. Get some airflow. That heater's working good. Hopefully that doesn't knock that over. Oh man, look at that, 24 people in here now, 23. It's just fluctuating. Hello, Chloe's mom. There are trolls that call people beggars. Yeah. I seen that in Jaylena and Isaac's live, and it disgusted the heck out of me. I was like, they're not beggars. When I sent them that super chat, could I really afford to do that? No, but I was kind of paying it forward, trying to help them out a little bit. As you all know, that's had families or had kids, I don't care how much money you got. When you're going to have a kid, it's expensive. It'll be expensive for a very long time. And the trolls, man, I tell you what, YouTube has kind of limited the trolls coming in on my channel. I've been very fortunate, I think, but I don't deal with trolls. As soon as someone sends a stupid comment to me and I can tell that their account is a troll account or whatever, I block them from the channel, because I'm just not, I have a zero tolerance. I won't put up with it. And the biggest thing is because I read that and then it affects my content, and I don't like that. Me just saying something about it, that's it affecting my content. But like on this live right now, there's no hashtags. You have to schedule it and add the description ahead of time. Yeah, unfortunately, I woke up at like 10 minutes till 10 o'clock. That's why I'm still in my my sweatpants and a hoodie. Dragonfly said, add your Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal links to the description to every video and live stream. I don't know how to really do that unless I think if you're on your laptop, you can set that up maybe to do that. See, I mean, I'm still kind of new to all this. I mean, there's so much to learn about YouTube and doing all that, but it's in my About tab. If you click on and go to my channel, up towards the top, you can scroll over. If you're on a mobile device, I don't know exactly how that works with a computer, but you go to my About tab, and my PayPal and my Cash App is listed in there. I just actually got set up with Cash App like last week because somebody told me that Cash App doesn't, I guess, take out a percentage or something, or it's a smaller percentage, and you actually get your money right away. Someone paid me through Facebook Pay to my PayPal. Like, they had Facebook Pay, but they paid me, I think it was to PayPal. I don't know. It was sent through Facebook Pay, and all I did was click on it and have it sent to my debit card, and they didn't take any percentage out of that, and I got it immediately. It was in my bank account just like that. I was like, that's crazy. That's cool. But I don't have Facebook Pay necessarily set up. Some other people have it, and I'm able to get that, I guess. Tracy Jordan said, "You got your money right away." Yes. Um, Tracy, I don't remember how you paid me, if it was through Facebook Pay or PayPal, but PayPal takes out, I think it's something like 3% or something. But like if I have someone send me $100, I only get like 90 or so of it. Uh, Generac is a good brand that I've heard of. Yeah, I didn't know that Generac done solar. I know they have generators. I think that's the brand that Lowe's sells, is Generac. But yeah, Tracy, when you paid me for the coffee table, I got it right away. The thing was like with PayPal, they had a limit as to how much money I could make in a month. Uh, I don't really want to put out there like how much someone gave me, but you know, some of the work I done made about $600 or so with the sawmill, which was a, a lot of work. I really didn't make much of anything off of that because you guys seen I had to go cut a tree down in my yard. Had I had to buy that log would have cost me, or those logs would have cost me several $100s just to buy those. Because if I buy a good white oak log here, it's going to cost me about $1 a board foot. And I did all the milling and everything, you know, cut the tree down myself and all that. That's a lot of work to do all that. Um, and then, you know, turn around and sell it for $2.50 a board foot, which on oak or white oak around here, I mean, red oak, $2.50 a board foot is pretty good, but white oak, selling it for $2.50 a board foot is half price. You should be getting more like $5 a board foot for that. But in this area, it's hard to do that. I mean, most of the mills around here that are willing to mill up timbers and stuff for people that are that size, they're charging like $4.50 to $5 a board foot. The guy that came out and actually ordered this stuff from me, I did some other milling for him, and you know, he started, you know, talking about it and everything. Well, he went and priced it at other mills and found out that, you know, my price was pretty stinking cheap, so that's why he came back here. But initially, he was like, "Dude, that's a lot of money," you know. And I said, "Well, I'm not coming down on my price because I know where I stand, and I'm actually my 250 a board foot for stuff like that is super cheap, especially when you're wanting something 12 foot or longer." Two of those beams, I actually wanted $1,200 for the two beams that I was going to cut out of one beam, because the beam was actually for a timber frame cabin cut list that I was working on. It was an 18-foot long white oak log. That's hard to get around here. Pretty much if you get that, you should be paying a huge premium on a beam 18-foot long out of white oak that has no knots or anything in it. That's kind of rare, you know, to get something like that. That's going to be a really, you know, a big key part of a building. You know, a big 18-foot beam with no knots in it, so it's not weak or anything at any point in it. I should have charged way more for that than what I did. Tracy Jordan said the way houses are selling, you very likely will sell it pretty fast. I'm hoping so, because if I get what I want, I'm very open about, you know, the house is 150,000 original, is what the sell price was on it. Um, Over 30 years, that would be 300,000 or a little over 300,000 paid on it if I just paid it out, you know, normal payments. I've already got 50,000 on the principal paid in over like the last 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it's been. Um, So that I've got that 50,000 in it basically. Um, I've I've paid a total of over 100,000 on it already, but only 50,000 of that was on the principal. So what I figure is if I sell it for 200 or thereabouts, that should give me roughly 100,000, or more after paying for everything. And honestly, if someone bought this house for 200,000, I would actually pay contractors to come in and replace the heat and air in it, the whole thing. I would have a new well pump put in, a new pressure tank, a new plumbing put in, new floors put in. I would dump a bunch of money into the house if someone bought it the way it is for 200,000. I would get it fixed up for them. Uh, I know I wouldn't have to do that, but that's something I would do if they were willing to, get me that money. Then I will fix it up, which would, cut into my profit, but it would also get me out of this. It'd be a good thing for me and a good thing for them both. But yeah, the biggest thing is like the subfloor in the upstairs has to be tore out because of dog stains and that stuff, because the wife and kids do not take care of that. I have not even been here for the last, several years. Well, the last 2 years I have, but I've started tearing out all the carpet and everything upstairs, and then realized the extent of the damage. And I said, this house is a lost cause for me. I don't make enough money to really take care of it. And there's like some other stuff that needs to be taken care of on it. I'd probably actually have to spend another $2,000 to get a French drain put in on the next to the garage. Get some dirt work done there. They didn't put a French drain in, which to me is stupid. So the garage actually used to have some moisture was coming through the block wall. I had to put some kills on there and a barrier on the inside to keep the mold out and everything. It's working for now, but I know in the long term it will fail. Moisture will start coming through the blocks again, and there will be mold in the garage again. So that needs to be dug up right there next to the garage, and a French drain needs to be installed and done correctly. So I mean, there's a lot. There's probably a good $20,000 or $30,000 that needs to be dumped into that. So that's why I figured, if I get someone to buy it for 200 or so, then I can get all that work done. I won't do it myself. I'll just have contractors do it. So all the liability would be on those contractors and not me. When we had our motorhome and traveled, we would stay at RV parks and work there, which is called work camping. So we didn't pay lot rent, or they even pay you usually about 15 to 30 hours a week. What do they pay an hour? I'm guessing that's just kind of like being a host, like the person who takes care of everything, all the issues with things or whatever. I'm guessing if there was like a plumbing issue, you had to dig up and fix the plumbing or something. Judy Plaster, hey, good morning. O'Rourke's Littlefield, so you're heading in the right direction. Keep up the positive, because that's all a bunch of us had. Many of us are in a boat of some kind. I know it. That's why I don't like ask you guys for super chats. I don't ask you to send me money and stuff. If you do, that's cool. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. But I know there's a lot of my subscribers that are pretty much in the same boat as me, or worse, probably. Married 30 years. We still argue about who's got to get up and who sleeps in. I slept in today. I won. Yeah, me and my wife both slept in. The only reason I woke up is because she got up to use the bathroom, and I ended up waking up. I was like, oh no. I looked at my phone. It was almost 10 o'clock, and I said, I got to do my live. So I was rushing around, got out here, got the coffee started. I was a little bit late. Don Lee said, our dogs tell us when it's time to get up. They expect breakfast at 4 a.m. Heck with that. There's a lot of times I'm up until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Like last night, I was up, I think it was 2:40 something, I think, when I finally laid down. Well, I laid down about 11 or 11:30, I think. And then I was up probably 1 o'clock or so, just my stomach giving me issues and feeling horrible. Look at the description of Off the Wall Preppers videos. You will see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, I see what people do, but I don't know exactly how to do all that and get it. Like when I set up my live, like right now, it's just like, start a live, and I try to, get that going like an hour ahead of time or whatever. It seems like when I put out a notification for a live, or I start a live way ahead of time, then it's too soon. Like people, they see that notification, they turn on the bell or whatever, or to get notified for that when it goes live, but then they don't get it. If I set it up too far in advance, a day or two in advance or something, it's too early. Ellie's Adventure, I use Cash App or Facebook Pay, no fees. You just attach your bank card. Cash App is a fee if you want the money into your bank right away. Yeah, I've got Cash App now. I haven't used it yet, or no one sent me money through it yet, so I hope everything works fine. I think that's just set up on my debit card where it will send through there. It seems like usually if I have it set up just to go through like the routing number and all that stuff, I usually get fees. Uh, yeah, I called PayPal and they got me through the whole thing on raising the limit on that, which I don't understand now. I asked them, I said, well, which one do I pick? And she said, well, any of them. I said, okay. I think it was like 12,000 plus. I just clicked on that one. I was like, I hope that goes through. Yeah, I mean, because you just never know how much you might get. Um, someone can send you $1,000 or something, and then you have to wait 21 days to get that. That's crazy. I also use Venmo occasionally, but mostly just to pay my rent. I need to go in and tweak off the wall prepper videos. I do all that work on them, behind the scenes stuff. Well, you do a good job. You guys are a great team. Like to see how like off the wall prepper channel has blown up is crazy to me. I'm like, that's amazing. You guys do awesome work, and the amount of videos you put out, there's no way I could do that. I'm always seeing notifications for videos. Unfortunately, if I watch all these videos, I can't get work done. That's one thing like Jason Crocker was saying was, um, if you want to make it on YouTube, you have to get off of YouTube, which basically means you have to like quit watching a bunch of YouTube, and just sitting there and watching YouTube doesn't get you anywhere, because then you're just spending time on YouTube. And that's why he doesn't pop into a lot of well, he does pop into a lot of people's lives and stuff, uh, and their videos, comments and stuff. Like he maybe plays it in the background while he's doing some work or something. uh, he tries obviously really hard to be a part of a lot of other channels, but they are super busy. The stuff they're doing right now, it just blows my mind that he started off way before the tent and everything, but this is really when he really started taking the steps to make this happen. Really begins with living in a $20 Walmart tent. Um, Don Lee said, "Yep, love my fur babies." Tracy Jordan said, "I use Venmo a lot now. No fees when it was." Brenda Baker said, "Gotta run. See you, Brenda." Bushcraft family, hey, hey, what's up, Bushcraft family? We're in the big time now. I got Bushcraft family in here. Dragonflies, so I need to work on my channel too. Dragonfly said, yes, quit watching everyone else's and work on your own. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what we got to do. I pop in every now and then and say hi and watch a little bit. Try to. The hardest part is trying. I mean, it's a lot of work to like try and stay a part of the community and everything, and watch stuff. Like it takes me a bit to catch up on like Simple Life Reclaim videos, Country Road Cure videos, like because what I found is I just have to like do what I'm doing. The real struggle is I'm trying to find time to edit video while I'm shooting video and building this bus. I feel a real need to get this bus done as soon as possible. I've got a lot of work to do on it, a lot of content to put out there on it, and then trying to plan things and do research. And yeah, it is, it's a big struggle right now. I work on this thing way more than a full-time job. I work from, a lot of times I might be up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I sleep usually say 4 hours a night, 5 hours a night or so. I did sleep in a bit today, but usually, I might get to bed by midnight. I'll wake up 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm researching. The sun comes up. I'm out here working on the bus, trying to get stuff done. Always trying to come up with, um, whatever I can do. Let's see here. What is this? I must be way behind. Dragonflies had to delete a comment, and I cannot click on it to see what it was. Yeah, Cash App and Venmo both will send you a debit card. I don't think I ordered a debit card through Cash App. I think it just goes through my debit card. I only have a cool spider and dogs playing frisbee on my channel. Ellie's Adventure. We have to go check out your channel. I like watching videos like that now and then. It was just, not research, just, fun stuff. Mary Jemison said, Hood's Custom Shop, one day at a time. Yeah, that was my biggest struggle, is to finally start making those little goals that, step by step, you achieve the bigger goal. Because that's what troubled me was, I set my goals too high and it became very overwhelming. It was a bot. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we don't need bots in here trashing the chat and everything. I try to have plenty of mods in here so you guys can take care of that stuff for me. Bushcraft family, I've been looking for a bus to do over, or a bus myself to do over. Do you have a bus, Bushcraft? I don't know where you're from, Bushcraft. Where are you from? Because I know of where some buses are. I don't know that they're for sale just yet because they had work that needed to be done, like the place I bought this bus from. But I do know of a bus that may still be for sale in Seneca, Missouri. He wanted 4,000 for it. I wouldn't pay 4,000 for it. I would give like 1,500 for it. He has came down a little bit on the price. I think the last I seen was like 3,600. The biggest problem is it has a cat motor in it. I would not buy a bus with a Caterpillar motor in it. They're just too expensive to work on. They have issues. Every motor has issues, right? They all have their little quirks and everything. Like probably the biggest thing with, there's a couple of things with the motor that's in here, the 7.3 liter, I think it is, the Power Stroke. I think it's the thrust plate in the turbo is a common problem, and then the fuel pump is kind of an issue too. And I actually have a fuel pump coming in today for this bus, and I think that's why it has a hard time starting. Is it's bleeding off, it's leaking at the fuel pump, I believe. And the reason I think that is because I see what looks to be fuel in the valley on the top of the engine. That's kind of your telltale sign. There's like a weep hole on it. I have a ton in the can, fixing my well and truck and stuff, just not published. Yeah, I typically will upload and put a video out. Like if I haven't already put a video out that day, I try to get it put out there. Usually at 10 o'clock in the morning or around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I have not really found that sweet spot. I notice a lot of other people with bigger channels a lot of times release their videos around 7 o'clock or so, 8 o'clock in the afternoon, which for my channel seems to be too late. It just looking at your uh, what do you call that? The feedback stuff, basically on YouTube. You go in there and you see when your people are on, like the people who view your videos, what times they're on the internet. It tells you all that kind of stuff, but I can't do it on my phone, so I don't look at it very much. And it does fluctuate with my channel. The thing is, a lot of you guys that watch my stuff, you watch the Crockers, Simple Life Reclaim, Country Road Cure, so I can't be putting my stuff out like when they are, because that's going to stunt mine. Um, like Mel, she was telling me, well, look at your analytics, like when your people are on. It's like we share subscribers. The thing is, we share subscribers. And if I'm putting my video out at the same time Simple Life Reclaim is, my video is not going to get any views for, let's say, Simple Life Reclaim videos usually run 45 minutes or an hour or something. If I put my video out the same time they do, I'm basically competing with them, and they're probably going to get their videos put out there more. Within that first hour of posting your video, that is where the algorithm like looks at, okay, how many views do you have? If Simple Life Reclaim has thousands of views on theirs is actually going to get put out there more in front of other people than what mine is. So if I compete with them, it's stupid on my part. Why would I do that? So I have to try and maybe put my video out an hour before they do and hope that I get the views. It also kind of depends on the day of the week. There for a little bit, weekends were doing horrible, and that's when I usually done my videos, because on Friday night, it's a lot of lives and everything. Before I was doing my Friday night live, the Crockers were on. There's no way I could, I wouldn't want to compete with them for one. But when Jason gave up that 7 o'clock time spot, I said, well, shoot, why don't I just take it? Because it would be a good time for me. And we share a lot of the same subscribers. Bushcraft said, not yet. I'm in Ohio. Bushcraft, are you moving to Missouri? Dragonfly said, our motorhome had a Cummins. That's a good motor. I don't care what Cummins it was a good motor. For the most part. There's a couple that had some little issues. Like the ISX it turned out not to be real great. The ISX motor, that's more like a big truck engine. My semi truck had an N14 Cummins in it, and I pretty well knew that motor inside and out by the time I sold that truck. Though, yeah, the older Cummins motors, like the N14 Red Top, it's a great motor, and you can get one for, the one I had, the N14 Red Top, you could probably get it for 4,500, a used one, a good used one, maybe 5,000. But yes, I agree about that a little. Dragonflies, what we do is just what we want to. I noticed a lot of people try to not step on toes, but there are millions of channels, so it really doesn't matter. True, very true. But like when you're in that community and you share every subscriber. There was a point where every subscriber I had is subscribed to the Crockers. They're subscribed to Leave Her Wild. They're subscribed to Simple Life Reclaim, Country Road Cure. That's where we share the same subscribers, the exact same subscriber base. And if you compete with them, it actually hurts your channel. We all have different content and subs though. Yeah, like Off the Wall Prepper definitely has a bit different subs than I do. Um, I've watched a lot of the lives and stuff and see. I don't always comment, and the main reason I don't is a lot of times when I comment, then I get like 100 people saying, "Hey, Hood's Custom Shop," and I feel obligated to say hi back to them. But the simple fact of the matter is, most of the time when I'm watching lives like that, I'm just listening. I'm not watching the chat. I've become a moderator in a few other channels, um, and posting links and all that stuff. It becomes a job, and I don't want to do that because I have stuff I have to do. I have to work pretty much daylight to dark on the bus, and if I'm in there commenting and everything, uh, you know, typically what I do anymore is I just say hi everybody in the chat, and like I don't want to leave people out. That's the thing. A lot of you guys will say hi to me in those chats and stuff, and I feel obligated, to say hi back to you. And I don't want anyone to feel left out. If I say hi to one person, then all of a sudden someone else says hi to me. I feel obligated to say hi back to them, and so that's a struggle right there. Um, Bushcraft said, I want to convert a bus, then look for land in Missouri, Oklahoma, or Arkansas. Yeah, a lot of the Arkansas stuff is kind of taken up. I hear there's a lot of people moving from out west to Arkansas. I mean, Arkansas is a super, super beautiful state, but so is Missouri. All the way from where I live in the southeast, pretty much in the southern part of Missouri, all the way across. Mid Missouri or mid central Missouri is great in the Ozarks. Patty Price said, I'm listening now while rocking grandbaby. I'm surprised that your grandbaby isn't like crying listening to me talk. No, get him off of here. um, let's see, I also saw where it also helps to share your videos in your community page to get them seen and get new subs. I haven't thought about like in my community tab. Well, I probably should try to do that. That's practically ice cold coffee now. It's all gone now. Yeah, the viewers are dwindling now. We're down to 15. So, man, 2.5 hours in here. Yeah, I was texting Ed about the land around him. I wouldn't advise getting land out there. It's unless I don't know. It's not great land and it is expensive. The great thing about that is no credit checks. All you have to do is pay whatever that initial startup is, kind of the down payment on the land, and then make your monthly payments. And it varies on how you get that set up with them, with Classic Country. I mean, it is a great thing for a lot of people, but paying 45,000 or more on just a few acres of land that's been logged, and I'm going to put it out there again, and I hope Ed will probably see this. I don't want to dog him or anything, but he does not have trees out there that are worth milling. I know he keeps saying he wants me to come out there and mill for him. He's only got a few logs that are on the ground. I did a video where I walked around his property, and 99.99% of the trees on his property are not worth milling. They are way too small. You could maybe get a 4x4 post out of a log. The thing is, that land, all of the land that I've seen that Classic Country sells, they buy up land, they get it logged, they make probably millions off of that. I don't want to talk down about Classic Country because it is a good thing for some people. It is not for me. It's definitely not a fit for me. I will not buy land from them because when I buy land, I expect there to be trees on that property that I can, thin out myself and mill into lumber to build my own home. When I went to Adam's property and milled for him, there was very, very few trees on his property that I was able to cut down and turn into lumber for him. And it was that trip almost got cut short, but we went on a fishing adventure one day and found that there was logs down at the river that actually needed to be pulled out. They were, the county was going to have to come in and clean that up, which would cost the county money. He technically works for the county as a volunteer fireman, and he's like, yeah, let's, we'll just grab a log, a couple trees, pull them out. And so there was some, I think it was, what is that? I can't remember the species of tree, but we pulled some logs out. That video disappeared off of YouTube for whatever reason. I don't know why. Like there was no reason for YouTube to take that video down, but they took it down. And I've just never had the time to re-edit that video and put it back out. But we did go down and we pulled some logs and stuff out of the river, helped clean that up a little bit. And I done some milling of that stuff, which gave him a lot more lumber. But all of the land that I've seen that Classic Country sells, I mean, they have land in Texas and everywhere else too. They got a lot of different areas, but it's all been logged. Adam's property's been logged. Ed's property's been logged. And 99% of the trees that are out there, if Ed would go around, I see in his videos, he's like, this is a good tree or whatever. I can mill that into lumber. There's enough here to build a house. There's not. There simply is not. In all the acreage he has, there are some logs laying down along the road on other people's land that if he was to get permission to get those could be milled up. But he would have to get a tractor or something to be able to pull those logs to where I can set up the mill. I have to find a level spot or somewhat level spot to set the mill up. My mill is 30 feet long. Number one, I cannot take my mill down the road, the logging trail, to get to his property. There is no way I am taking a $20,000 mill down that road that he lives on. It's not happening. He would basically need to haul the logs out of his property. I could get into the front part where you first get in on his road if he was to get permission from the person who owns that land up there. We could set it up, and if we could get the logs from his property about 3/4 of a mile, whatever it is, to that front property, we might be able to work something out there and do some milling. But it is super, super expensive for me to move that mill. It cost me a lot. It's a huge, huge risk for me to do that. Hey, Jake, he said, afternoon. Bushcraft said, I want land that wasn't logged. Yeah. All the properties I've seen that Classic Country sells have been logged. And if the tree was even halfway decent for milling, and it was left behind, it's probably got a rotten spot in it or something that it's not very good for lumber. I did a video on it, and I know Ed watched that video, but he keeps saying that he would like for me to bring my mill out, and I get that, but it doesn't make any sense, because if I went out there, he's only got 2 or 3 logs that are worth putting on the mill and wasting time on. I ran into that at Simple Life Reclaim at the 41.36. They had literally hundreds and hundreds of logs. They're still uncovering logs. Like, they burnt a bunch of them that they just recently got moved, that was buried under dirt and everything. Had I milled up all the logs, I would have been there a year, just living out there basically. I could have milled every day of my life for a whole year out there. And there would have been a lot of really crappy lumber, because all of the trees that are down on their property or were pushed down, they sit on the ground too long, and they got the beetles in them. They have holes in them from the beetles eating through those. All that lumber is pretty well worthless, to be honest with you. Like a lot of the lumber I have here that's pine, it's set on the ground too long. It got the beetle holes and everything in it. And if you want to build a home out of that, you have to treat it. You have to heat treat that lumber to kill those bugs. Otherwise, you're going to have beetles. You're going to, on a quiet night, you're going to hear those beetles munching on the wood in your walls. Uh, so my advice was to them not to use it for that, to use it for, outdoor structures or something like that, other things, not their house. So that's why they're going to be building with, kind of the what do you call it? Store bought lumber. Because the other thing is when you mill for yourself, that wood does not have a stamp on it. And if you are trying to insure your home, that's where they can build whatever they want. They don't have any building codes to abide by or anything, but it's a good idea. A lot of the building codes are just really good idea to stick to that. But where it really affects them is when they try to insure their home when it's built. If that lumber has not been stamped, been grade stamped, you probably won't be able to get insurance on your home. That's what they're facing. Whenever I buy a property and I mill up my own logs, I build my own home from the stuff I milled myself. I don't plan on insuring it. Okay, I plan on just building it and it not being a huge structure to where if I had a house fire or something that I'd lose everything. There would probably be multiple structures. I kind of plan on using the shipping container as like the main structure of it, and just hopefully preparing everything to where we don't have a house fire and end up losing it to that. I may get homeowners insurance on it at some point, to an extent to where if a tornado hit it or something like that, it would be covered. Nunya, Texas, on the back 20 said, I got a ton to mill. I need a mill. I wish I could sell mine too, because right now, with as hard as it is to get a mill right now, I could actually probably sell it for close to 15 or 20. After I paid 6,000 for it originally, and it was only 10 foot long. But now that I built a rigid mill out of it, if you compare that to a wood miser or something comparable to what I've built, they run 15 to 20,000. It's a 30-foot long mill, and a lot of people have kind of argued with me on that. They're like, "You paid for a $6,000 mill that you could get for 4,000 now." I'm like, "No, you can't. What I have is totally different than what I started off with. I built a rigid, heavy-duty trailer for it. When I first got it, I paid over $6,000 for it, and it could only do a 10-foot log. Well, it could barely do a 10-foot log. 10-foot 4 was the absolute max. Now it's 30 feet long. It's a trailer. I put a ton of money into that, lots and lots of work into it, and it's worth 15 to 20,000. And I had posted it kind of for sale. I didn't expect to sell it. I was in a group forum thing, and I said, well, I got a mill I would be willing to sell for 20,000. And people are like, oh my God, you're super proud of that. And I was like, well, I might sell it for less too, but I was just putting it out there. The guy was looking for a mill, and he wants a mill right now instead of waiting 6 months to get a mill. You know, I know Paul, the bearded carpenter. He sends me messages and stuff. We talk back and forth a little bit, and he actually just got his mill. If you guys go check out the bearded carpenter, he should be probably putting out some videos on his mill here before too long. I haven't seen any videos on it yet, but he does like log cabin stuff and everything. He's out there by the 41.36 or in that general area. And it was awesome. I got to meet him out there too. Dave Bushcraft has another channel called Bush Tech you want to check out. Oh, really? See, had I not stayed on that long, I wouldn't have known that. Patty Price said, hiya, Jake. Jake from State Farm. That's what I think every time. Every time I think of your name now, it's like Jake from State Farm. I don't know why I didn't connect like your name with your channel. The way my mind works is stupid. Hey, Ben's Over Acres, what's up? Bushcraft said I've been lazy on that channel. Yeah, I mean I've got a second channel. It's what is it called? Shoot, my mind just went blank. The Hillbilly Woodsman. That's kind of my funny channel. I've only got probably 2 videos on there. Been super lazy on that because I'm like that channel's never going to get monetized. The only reason for me to do something like that is to get it monetized. Maybe when I perfect my character and stuff, I might do a little more work on that. Dragonflies, those. Mary Jimison said, Dragonflies, Ozark Homestead, chili sounds delicious. Mild chili, not hot. Yeah, I had chili, I think it was the day before yesterday, and that kind of messed with me. It was just I don't think it was Hormel, it was Armor chili, I think. The Hormel chili, I don't like it. It seemed like I used to eat that Hormel chili when I was younger, but nowadays it just tastes nasty. Ben's Over Acres. Hi, all. Oh, man. 20 people in here. Man, we went back up to 20. Am I doing like a marathon live today? I'm just really procrastinating, not wanting to work today. But it's starting to feel like it's warming up a little bit. So here in a little bit, I'm going to have to go in and get ready, get dressed, and probably do a little bit of milling. I got to get back with that guy that wanted another post made for his building and figure out how much he's willing to pay for me to waste another log. That's the problem, is I have to mill up an entire log just to get him one post that's over 12 foot long. And I had other plans for those other couple of logs that I have, and so it's going to cost him pretty much the cost of that log, because to get a 6x6 or 5.5 by 5.5 out of that, it's going to use up the whole log basically. And I wanted to mill the log into slabs to where I could get some nice quarter sawn white oak out of it for a countertop. And I don't know that I could get that dried quick enough to use for a countertop in the bus. That was kind of my plan, but I think I need that countertop way before, because I mean, whether or not we lose the house could happen in the next month or 2. I think they're telling me that once they get all the paperwork they need, then they'll send it to the underwriter, and then the underwriter will have it for approximately 45 days. I thought it was already sent off to the underwriter, but it seems like every other day I get another letter from the lender wanting more information, wanting me to fill out more paperwork. And I'm just like, didn't I already fill that out? I mean, it's getting to where my head is spinning on this stuff. And so it's got to the point where I think what I want to do is just say the heck with the lender, sell the house, and hopefully, if I can get it, I don't know how you would go about doing that, but maybe if someone was to put an offer on the house that would, satisfy me, and, maybe work out something with them to where it's like, hey, if you can get a loan on this house for say 200, I will be willing to fix all of these little issues, like probably even put a new roof on it, so that they can go the next 10, 20 years without any problems. The thing is the well, I was told that it's about 800 feet deep. I'm not pulling a well pump 800 foot deep. I will have to pay someone to come out, and that'll be probably $1,200 to $1,500 to have a well company come out and pull the well and replace the well pump. I think that's what the problem is, because it doesn't build up pressure it's supposed to get up to 50 psi and kick off. And the well is only getting up to about 20 psi right now. I thought it was like the tank problem. The guy who came out a year or 2 ago, I think it was, he came out and he said basically it was the points was bad or something. He changed that on the switch, and he put some air in the tank. I done some plumbing on it, some plumbing work to where I could add air to the tank because I don't have the little fitting that he had, which is like just a little rubber fitting on the end of an air hose, like on a blowgun. He was able to add air to it that way, and basically I put a T in on top of that and put a new gauge on it because the gauge that was on there was broken. It was stuck at like 49 psi or something. So I replaced all that. I put a Schrader valve on it so I could add air to it with just a regular tire gauge thing. Um, and I mean, I still have water from the well. It's just very low pressure. So I know there's a problem with that. That's something I have to disclose. And if someone was willing to pay 200,000 for this property, they'll get the chicken coop, all that, everything with it. And I'll go in, replace the well pump, like replace all that stuff, the plumbing and everything. I'll just have a plumber come in and redo all that. The roof doesn't leak, but I look at it and I'm like, that needs replaced. So I probably would have the roof replaced, which would probably be $4 or $5 grand, I'm thinking. Um, then I have to get a French drain put in. Then there's the wood underneath the sliding glass door in the back. That sill plate has to be replaced. That would maybe cost $1,000. The French drain would probably, I've got a guy that can do the dirt work. I can do it myself, which, $200 for a weekend to deliver or to get a mini excavator to dig that up and then get a load of rock and then the drain pipe and everything. I could do it myself for probably $1,000 and put in a French drain. Yeah, I mean, there's a good bit of stuff to do. And then all the flooring in the house, I would just have someone do that. I actually have a cousin that, or cousin-in-law that does that kind of work. He's like a subcontractor. I could actually have him come in and tear all the flooring out, do all new flooring in whatever the people wanted. That way they're not buying something that they have to redo. They actually get what they want. A lot of times when people buy a house, you might have just put $10,000 in redoing the floors and everything the way you like it, and it's all brand new. And then they buy the house and they come in, they tear it all out and redo it because it's not exactly what they want. Bushcraft said, "Oh my God, 800 feet would be a pain to pull. I did 150 feet by hand and it about killed me." Yeah. See, I have the log arch trailer. I can actually park my log arch trailer over top of the well. I can pull that. But the risk, it's PVC pipe. I think the first part is galvanized pipe and it has a pitless adapter. I've actually looked at it. I've taken the cap off and looked down in there. I've poured bleach down my well before to sanitize it, then rinsed it down, of course, and then ran I let it sit in there for a day or two, and then I ran the water hose and got all that water out of that water column. But basically, shock the well is what they call it, because we have iron bacteria here, and I can see that I have a clear filter on my hot water heater. When we first moved in, it had a hot water heater from 1975 when the house was built, and it was plumb full of limescale. And it was that red color when I took it out. We drained all the water out of that hot water heater, and when I was taking it out, I could barely move it. It was so stinking heavy. But we put in a brand new, a bigger, more energy efficient hot water heater when we first moved here. I just need to find the right buyer. Yeah. And from what I understand, there's a lot of people moving from California out this way, and it shouldn't be too hard to find someone who's willing to pay that and work with me on that. And I would just end up hiring contractors to do all of it and get it done on their dime, on their time. And I would just move my stuff out and buy a property to move everything to, get the house empty so contractors could come in and get to work on it right away. Dragonfly says, sell it as a fixer-upper. Yeah, I hope that I can get enough out of it to pay it off and have enough money to go and buy a raw piece of land, um, and be able to have enough money to start on building our new home. And like Jason Crocker said, I mean, it probably wouldn't be my forever home. It would probably be a stepping stone. If I was to sell it for what I want out of it, I could probably buy 20 or 30 acres, not too far from here, and be able to keep my kids in the same school district, around all their friends and everything, and be able to have a property where I can start over and build my own house and stay debt free. Homestead Crossing sells raw land. I've not heard of them. Yeah, I shouldn't have drank that coffee. I feel my kidneys are hurting now. Dadgummit. Bushcraft family said, I love Jason's new land. Yeah, that is some cool land. That building that's there, that would be an old pump station. It could be, I don't know if it's from a well or if that's a lift station. That could be like a wastewater lift station, just a really old one that's been decommissioned. But I think that's what that would be, where the tank would be where the water's coming in from downstream, and then they use pumps to push it uphill to get it to wherever they're sending it to. But that's really cool. I mean, the thing I worry about with stuff like that is, what kind of stuff do they have to go through, if they have to do permits or anything to dig up, like all the old pipe and stuff like that. But I mean, as far as the stuff above ground, there shouldn't be any issue. They could probably do whatever the heck they want with it. That big water tank is pretty stinking cool. If they need help welding that up, if he can buy a welder or a generator that will power my welder, I can come out there and help them patch up the holes and stuff on that tank. Because it looks like, I don't think it's rusted out. I think it's just got holes in it where people have used the pew-pews and shot holes in it. But that is super awesome. That's kind of what I suspected was going on, was that they were buying their forever property. I didn't have any idea it would be like 60 acres. That's crazy. But then Jared moving there and everything, and that is the ultimate. That's really cool. That is where I hope I could be one day, to where I could buy enough land. I've got two other brothers, one of which I don't get to talk to very often. He's kind of really to himself a little bit. He doesn't really talk to me or my other brother. Not that there's like a falling out or nothing like that. He's a very private person, and I would never like put him on YouTube because I know he wouldn't want that. But I just wish he would call and come around more often. My brother Terrence, that you guys see on here from time to time, me and him were like really close growing up. We hung out a lot with each other, and we share a lot of the same interest. My other brother that's just younger than me, I'm now the oldest surviving brother. My older brother, we lost him years ago, but that I hate talking about it. It's very unfortunate, but I still have two brothers left, and one of them's still coming around now and then. He's got a job. I don't even want to mention, because he works and lives in Oklahoma, and a lot of you guys live and work in Oklahoma, and you probably actually know him or you see him in his job. So I don't really want to like put that out there, because it's a higher up job and everything, and just I don't want to put that at risk or nothing. Bushcraft said, yeah, I would look around that area for old well. Yeah, I mean, there could be a big well or multiple wells on that property, is what I had commented in his video. I don't know if he's seen it. I mean, that chat was just like, it was flying by. So he probably didn't see it, but if I was Jason, I would go to the county and I would try to find out if there is a existing well there that they can maybe reopen. Because if there is a well there, it's probably 1,000 foot deep and probably really good water, and they could probably build up that pond or that reservoir that it looked like there used to be a reservoir there that they dug out and just let it empty out. So I would say there used to be a reservoir there, and they would probably be able to fill that up out of the well if that's what that was. It could have been a freshwater well. I mean, 60 acres, that's pretty cool. I know when I lived in Arkansas, my step grandfather, he had, I think it was about 100 acres of land, and that was a bunch of land. I mean, I remember going all over that property, and there was a spring on that land, which was really cool. It was really close to Cave City, Arkansas. Um, that was just it was really sweet land out there that he had, and we used to go out there pretty much every day in the wintertime and feed the cows and stuff. Those were good days. It was fun back then getting to go do stuff on the farm. It's where I learned how to drive a 3-speed on the column. Along some of the bottom was rusted out. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. I was trying to watch the chat. I went back and rewatched and ended up just kind of listening through most of it because I was busy doing other stuff. But I ended up rewatching some of it. And then, like yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Jared put out his video, and I was like, I knew it. I knew it. I thought he was going to be moving to Crocker Mountain, but he's going to be moving on to that 60 acres. That's really cool. But I would love to maybe one day be at that same point where I could buy enough acreage to where, I could, section off a part for my brothers where they could come in and build their own home and just be free to do whatever the heck they want and do what they want out there, and not even owe me anything, not have to pay for anything, and just build their own home and be debt free. That would be like super awesome if I could eventually do that. There are some old wells out here, but they are dangerous if you don't know where they are and could fall in them. Yeah, I mean, all wells, I can't remember the year, but there were like at a certain year or something in Missouri, they like you had to register every well that was drilled or something. Like all well drillers had to start registering. I don't remember what year that was. A well driller would know that, the date or whatever. Like whenever it was, the wells had to start being documented by the state and stuff. But then they got into, they have to. There's procedures like they have to case it so far down in certain areas and everything. In Oklahoma, when you drill a well, there's a pretty high chance of hitting oil. And when I first seen that tank out there, I was like, "Is that there?" I mean, because there could be an oil well out there. There very well could be oil underneath their property, and I hope that they got when they bought that 60 acres. Jason, if you're listening, you're in Oklahoma or Arkansas. If you buy land in Oklahoma, Arkansas, or Texas, you better make sure that you secure those mineral rights, because if you don't, it doesn't matter where you build your house on that property. Whoever owns the mineral rights, they will build a road 2 feet from your house. I know because I lived and worked in the oil field for quite a few years, and I have had to deal with many, many extremely angry landowners that did not want us on their property, but I was just doing my job, coming out there to get the oil, and I would come out. I worked at night a lot of times. It's a 24-hour job, uh, and end up driving right next to somebody's house. There's literally holding tanks right next to someone's house. Why oil companies do that, I don't know, but they will drill a well right next to your house. I've actually heard of cases where there has been oil wells drilled right next to someone's house, and the well is off-gassing H2S, which is hydrogen sulfide gas. A a certain concentration of that, let's say 1,200 parts per million, will kill you virtually instantly. You take one breath of 1,200 parts per million, and you're dead. You're not dead right away. It's a very nasty, ugly death. You bleed out from your lungs. It's really bad. I actually got hit with H2S when I worked in the oil field, but I heard this story. I don't know how true it is, but I heard hearsay of a couple of wells were drilled in Oklahoma really close to someone's house, a family of like 7 people or something, and no one woke up the next morning. H2S gas came out of that well. It gassed out of the tanks, and H2S gas comes down and it stays low lying along the ground. If the wind ain't blowing, it will concentrate, and you breathe it in while you're asleep, and you're dead. And they had drilled a well really close to someone's house, and it killed the entire family. Um, if you do not own the mineral rights, they have every right to come in and pay you nothing. They will use up your land. They will maybe pay you a little bit. Depends on if you're hard with them, they will be hard with you. They can actually come in and build right next to your house if they want. They do whatever they want. They drill wherever they want on your property. They build a lease road. The only recourse that a landowner has is to set up speed limits on your own property. And every time a truck comes in or out of your property, you can set a 4 mile an hour speed limit. If their tires get off of that lease road and kill some of your grass, you hit them for $1 million. And so that's why landowners in Oklahoma are super pissed off at a lot of these oil companies, because the oil company owns the rights to the oil that's underneath the ground, all the minerals underneath the ground, and they get to do whatever the heck they want on your property. But you can set guidelines as to speed limit. I've been on properties, ranches and stuff where that was the case, and they would put up a gate about every 200 yards with a gate code padlock on it. So an oil truck like myself would have to stop about every 200 yards, open up another gate, and if I don't close that gate, that's probably $1 million fine right there, because whether or not they have cattle on that property, they could claim that I didn't lock that gate behind me, and their cows or goats or whatever got out, and that's $1 million fine or $30,000 fine. And I see that a lot. And other times, they might actually go to the property next to you, and they might drill underneath your land and be taking, they might frack underneath your land. If you have a deep well on your land, you're pretty much guaranteed they will ruin your well water. When they frack under your land near your well, there's probably going to be gases start coming up into your well water and ruining your well. That's what I worry about with buying land in Oklahoma, just because I have seen a lot of stuff and it looks like a nightmare. Not too far from the 41.36, there are oil wells all over in that area, and I hope that they bought the mineral rights under their ground, because you look at the ground formation, there's a bunch of mountains around there. There's probably oil and gas underneath there, and in the next 50, 60 years, they're probably going to be drilling there even more. They say that oil and gas is very limited, but I call BS on that. I think that the core of the earth is nothing but oil and gas. They try to make it sound like it's all lava and all this and that, but there's a lot of oil and gas in the earth. We've been pumping out billions of tons of oil and gas for over 100 years. There's no limit to it. I mean, there is a limit to it, but we wouldn't exhaust it in our lifetime. But if they made it seem like there was an unlimited amount, then the price of it would plummet. So that's where they have to control that and make it sound like it's super limited. Dragonfly says, yeah, I was always told by my mom. Oh, where'd it go? Told by my mom to buy the mineral rights to any land I purchase. Yeah, and back in the day, mineral rights used to be really cheap. It might have been $1,200 or something, which was a lot of money back then. But in perspective, that's pretty cheap when you look at how much money you could make off of the oil and gas that's underneath there. If you got a really good pocket that they've found, they pretty well know where all the oil and gas is, and they've bought up those mineral rights to that, and they will punch a hole into it one day. But you know, they a guy, or let's say my best friend that I worked with out in the oil field. He used to actually work for Halliburton. He was one of the people that went out and surveyed land. They had to go out and they put out seismic stuff on the land every so often. And then they had a thumper that would thump the ground. It's like a truck that goes around, it thumps the ground. And they literally know where all these pockets of oil and gas are that's easier to get to. I know in Oklahoma, they have a layer of granite that's way, 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 way deep. And there's oil and gas underneath that. And one of the big guys that owns a lot of the wells in this area where I used to haul a lot, I better not say because people could figure out a lot more about that. But he's actually ordered bigger drills from Australia that has to be brought over here like piece by piece in order to be able to handle the pressures and stuff to drill deeper. And I mean, there's a lot of huge risk to drilling that deep because the pressures are unknown. Once they punch through that granite, they don't know for sure if they can handle that pressure, and they could have a major blowout that could, I mean, when I think about the scale of that and like the major blowout we had in the Gulf, you think about that, and once they drill that deep, the pressures could be so crazy they could maybe never control that well, and it could be spewing for years. I mean, you look at how long it took them to cap off that well out there in the Gulf. I can't remember how many months that was that ran, but it was a long time. And I mean, just the environmental impact from that will never be known. Let's see. Directional drilling has eliminated most issues. They can drill multiple shafts from same hole. Yep. Yeah. They explained it to me like they can actually, I've seen a few wells where they spent months and months and months and months on a single hole, and they punch a hole here, and they was spending several months on this one, and then they would move over, let's say 200 yards, and drill another one. And basically, if you could picture a tree upside down in the earth where you have directional holes going off every which direction, they drill multiples, and then they frack one line going off one way, and they'll probably pull oil from that for a few years. Then they'll come in, they'll refrac, but it'll be another hole that they do. They rework oil wells and stuff. They do it for many years. It's pretty neat to kind of hear and see what they're doing out there. But there was a point where we were actually the number one producer. While I was out there hauling oil, we were the number one producer in the world for oil and gas. And now I think we're probably last because of our current president. When I was hauling oil, we did not rely on anybody, any other country for oil and gas. We were actually being paid by, I think it was the Arabs to, way I understand it, their oil is virtually unusable until it's blended with ours. And then we get it in, we blend it, and we sell it to like China and Russia. And so we would buy it from them basically, but we made so much money off of it. It was basically like they were paying us to take their oil because it's virtually unusable until we blend it. I've got friends out there in the oil field that know a ton about that stuff. Some that live over there in Oklahoma, pretty close by where I think where Jason's property's at. I don't know where it's at, but just looking at the landscape, I have a good idea because I've been all over Oklahoma. Yeah, I've seen some people will own oil rights or mineral rights on a property, and they'll actually drill on the neighboring property, and they drill underneath their property so they get a small percentage of what that oil and gas brings in. There's a lot of natural gas in Oklahoma, so you get a little bit of money for natural gas that comes off that well, like a small percentage. And that's the best case scenario, is that you don't actually have a well on your property, but they're pulling oil from underneath your property. As long as they're not ruining your well water, it's kind of a win-win thing. You get a little check or whatever every now and then. Some checks are pretty big, in the millions. I know of a guy, we used to stay at his RV lot in Oklahoma, and he owned a lot of wells in that area. The guy would bring in, let's say, $1 million a month. That was like, and he did nothing. He just owned the land. He owned the oil rights. He owned the wells, and he would let a company come in and, take care of everything for him, and they had to pay him. And they were something like 6 months behind or something. So we're talking, $6 million behind. And so he had to like shut them off and get another company in there to take care of that. I hope this ain't information I shouldn't be sharing, but I'm not going to like say what companies that was or anything, but I did get some inside information stuff. And this guy, like, he's a super awesome guy. He was like helping out a ton of people because he literally had more money than he knew what to do with. And I think he's in his 90s. I hope he's still around and kicking, but super awesome guy. He was out there. I think he was 95 when I first met him, and he got on this bad boy mower, little zero turn mower, and this was at the RV lot we were staying at. And he's out there in the middle of summer mowing, and me and my buddy went over there and said, "Get your butt off that. Let us do it for you." We're paying rent and everything there at this RV lot, and he lets us bring our oil rig trucks in there, and that's pretty much all that was out there is oil field people. But we're like, "Get off that thing," he's like, "But this is what I do." He had nothing else to do. So it's hot. It's like 90 something degrees that day, or 100 degrees. We're like, "Get off that. We'll mow it for you. Just give us the keys to the shop. We'll get it out like once a week, and we'll mow it for you." And he's like, "Oh, that's cool." And he never came and asked for rent on the lot. That was the crazy thing. He would never ask for it. My buddy, I would give my buddy a little bit of money or help him out or whatever, and he would pay the lot rent, which was it was next to nothing considering how much money we were making out there. It was just trivial. But, I think it'd get up to like $600 or something, and he would like go hand him the money and say, "Here, you old fart, take this money." And he's like, "I don't need your money." And we got to talking to him, and turns out he made approximately $1 million a month off of his wells and stuff. And those wells are named after people. The leases a lot of times are named after people. I said, "Oh, you're the guy that owns all these wells." It's like, that's pretty cool. Mary's, I sold some property, but I didn't sell my mineral rights. Well, shoot, dang. Hey, if you got like $10 million, you can get a well put in. Oh, I found out how much it costs for a well. Now, I think it's 8 to 10 million to get a well put in and finished out to where it just starts producing. And the real risk is it going to pay back? The trouble is the government. You can pay $10 million, get a well put in, and hope that within a few months it pays you back, and you're able to start recouping that money. But I mean, shoot, who's got 10 million? I know there's people out there who's got it, but I dang sure ain't got no money like that. A lot of times, maybe a well company will set up a deal with you where they'll come in, they'll drill a well, and they've got money, but you get a much lesser percentage of what you're going to get out of that. And who knows how long that well's going to last. A lot of times you have to pay for people to come in and redo it. Tracy Jordan said, "Great chat, got to run. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks for the wrench, David." You're welcome. Simply Jan is in here. Simply Jan, you got a wrench now. I I don't know why you didn't already have one. Done your Texas, you got a wrench. I mostly do that. Not that I want you guys to do moderator stuff, but um, I've had a little bit of trouble. I don't know if it's one of my mods or if it's YouTube or what it is, but my mom was not able to comment. She was trying to comment on my live on New Year's Eve, and I was sitting there wondering why my mom wasn't in there. But she said she was commenting. She watched it. I know she did because she was talking about some of the stuff I talked about. Uh, and I talked to her literally right after the live. And she's like, yeah, apparently I can't comment. She's like, I've been blocked on your deal. And I'm like, I didn't block you. I don't know if any mods did that. But yeah, don't block my mom. Simply Jan, I've been wrenched. YouTube is blocking people. Yeah, apparently that's what it is. And that kind of gets me ticked off because I don't want them blocking my mom or anybody else. I mean, that should be something left up to me or a moderator, not a computer system that has no freaking clue. The human being has the ability to decipher whether or not someone should be blocked or not. I mean, you guys are pretty good at, knowing whether it's a bot or whatever. Mary Jimison said, right, who's got some shop. Yeah, you got $10 million. You could make $1 million off that 10 million. Just sink it into an oil well. But yeah, I mean, when the government shuts off the government owned leases, that's when people like you that own mineral rights on your property, if there's enough there, the hard part is getting a oil well company, an oil company interested in what may or may not be under your land, and whether or not they're, they have to get it trucked and everything. They have to get all these numbers have to line up to where they can make money doing it. Right now, it's really tough for a fracking company to make money it's because of the government. There were a lot of folks being blocked on Ed's New Year's live stream. Yeah, I hopped on there for a little while on his, and I commented a few times, and it was like he wasn't seeing it. He finally seen it and said, "Oh, Hoods is in here." I was like, "Yeah, I've been in here for a bit." I didn't know when he went live. I thought he went live at 8, but I don't know for sure when he went live. I was live till after midnight, and then I hopped on his for a little bit. That was a late night. Dragonfly said, I'm listening making burritos. Yum. That sounds really good. I haven't had breakfast yet. And you're talking about food? 12 people in here. I'm going to have to be getting out of here. I've been on here almost 3.5 hours. Where's the time went? Bushcraft said, yes, some of the coders that are doing the bots for YouTube now had to be redone because the coders had bad spelling. I guess for blocked words or something. I know I have it turned on for potential spam or whatever to be blocked. And part of it could be that, unfortunately, my mom, being a little older, doesn't know a lot of things about the interwebs, and she might make a comment. She said that she got put in Facebook jail the other day, and she's thinking that might be it. I don't know. I don't know if Google and Facebook are intertwined now or something like that, but she made a comment, which was a completely innocent comment, but it was funny. It's funny. What she said was just a simple comment. Nothing meant by it, and Facebook took it as like being a hate speech type thing, and I was like, yeah, Facebook is just stupid. But she got thrown in Facebook jail, and let's see, Sunny Slope Homestead did that on my channel. when I posted the picture of that black widow spider that was underneath the house, the whole time I'm sitting there working on the well pump, I'm looking up there at this black widow like, don't you move. And I didn't want to go get a fly swatter or something and try to kill it because I was afraid that I'd miss it and then I would not know where it's at. And then I would be too scared to be underneath the house. But as long as I knew where it was and I could look up there every now and then and see where he was, I was like, all right, you stay right there, bud. you If I lose sight of him, I would have been out of there in an instant. But a few years ago, there was a black widow in that same spot. And I think I need to get moved out of this house and get it sprayed. We're going to have them come in and spray inside, outside, underside, over top of, and everything to make sure there's no more spiders in there. We got those little household spiders. If they bite you, they don't really do nothing to you. We got a bunch of those, and I've been trying to get rid of them. I don't like spraying for roaches and spiders and stuff like that because of the chemicals, and we have pets and everything. We have 2 cats that like pretty much, well, one cat goes outside, the other one never goes outside. And then the 2 dogs are usually inside, which they're outside right now just having a good old time. It must be warming up for them a little bit. Chickens are out there running around, pecking the ground. Simply Jane said, be right back. Yeah, Google bots are the main bots that block people from chats. Well, Google, come on, get your stuff together. Because it's not cool what you're doing. It's ruining the experience on lives and stuff for a lot of people. Let's see, it was, oh boy. I can't think of her channel. I think she shut down her channel, Kelly, Roost and Rescue. She had been commenting and she got blocked. That was one of the first ones I found out about. She sent me a message. It was when I was doing one of those giveaways. She had commented, but she was blocked for some reason. And I got rid of a bunch of moderators because I thought one of my mods had done it. And, I didn't realize YouTube was doing this. But I thought it was a mod that was, maybe self-serving, kind of, that was maybe mad at Roost and Rescue or something. And I was not going to put up with that. And I wasn't going to go around asking people, hey, did you do this? Did you do this? Or whatever. I just, started getting rid of a lot of mods to kind of start over. And then I figured out that wasn't the case. So I put them back on as mods. But at the same time, I lost mods that I did not delete. And I was like, why is YouTube like screwing this up? Because I never took Adam off of there, Like a Boy Homestead. I never took him off. And the next time I seen him pop into my live, he didn't have a wrench. And I said, what the heck? I know I didn't take him off there. There was just a couple other people that I took off there that, was they know about the drama stuff that had happened. And I'm not going to allow any drama on my channel. It's just not going to happen. Don Lisa, oh my God, you're still here? Yeah, 3.5 hours. This is one of those days I just don't want to get started because I've got a little bit of flooring yet to do. Once I do that, I'm not real sure what else I'm going to do. I know I need to do some sawmilling, but it's still a little bit chilly. The sawmilling will only take a few hours, I think. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to mill today. I need to get a hold of that guy and see how much he's going to pay, because if he's not going to pay for the whole log, it's not even worth my time. I do need a little bit of money coming in, though. Bushcraft said, okay, I got to get ready for my live. Have a great day. Awesome. What time you going live, Bushcraft? I might pop in there. I've got to go get ready. Oh my gosh. I need to watch some of your videos, see what they're all about. I think I've watched some of your videos, Bushcraft, but and I confuse you with Backwoods Mindset, Bushcraft Family and Backwoods Mindset. Well, somebody's here. I think it's Amazon. Oh, in 15 minutes? Cool. Yeah, I think Amazon's here. I'll just let them deliver it to the door. I may have my fuel pump now. Look at there. Someone just pulled up here. It might be one of my subscribers just popping in here. I don't know. There's Bushcraft's link. I better not click on it right now. It'll mess up the live. I don't know who it is. Hang on. I'll be right back, guys. Right. Hey, we can do an unboxing, guys. This was kind of unexpected. We got Amazon showed up. she was afraid of the little Chiweenie dog we got out there barking at her. And it's not me and Terry for coffee. That's what I was starting to wonder. I was like, did you guys actually show up? I don't know if I have. Yeah, I got something here. I can open up these boxes. I don't know what I got. I've ordered so much stuff through Amazon for this build that I know that I think it's the fuel pump that's supposed to come in, and I don't know what else this is. It's a box inside of it. Look at this. This is the problem with shipping nowadays. Here's this box right here, right? Huge box. And you got this box inside of it. Kingston Kitchen and Bath. Well, I think I know what this is, and this is not supposed to be here till Thursday. So that's kind of weird. Because Amazon, if this is this may be the plumbing for the bathtub, like the bottom part, the drain and the overflow. If that's what it is, that's weird that it's here now. Yep, that's what it is. This wasn't supposed to be here till Thursday, but there's the overflow, the drain that goes underneath. So this is kind of goes like that. And then here's the connector part. So this, let's see. Loosen that up. Let's put it together real quick and show you guys. This right here cost a pretty penny, and I should have done a little more research because I was trying to save money. But yeah, had I got a tub that had this with it, I probably could have saved a little bit, but that's kind of how it goes. This stubs out into your drain and your floor. Here's the drain on the bottom of the tub, and then your overflow. But I got that and all the hardware and everything. Super awesome. I'm excited about that. So that means the next project is probably going to be painting the tub, doing a lot of work on the bottom of that tub and getting that painted. I got the paint for that. All right, let's open up this other one. I'm pretty sure this is the fuel pump. I'm really dreading having to do this because I'll show you if this is it, what I'm talking about. Nope. This is not the fuel pump. So, and it's supposed to be here today. Oh, okay. All right, this right here was something I definitely needed because when I was delivering, hey, Crazy Ed, you never got a notice? Well, I'm going to be getting off here pretty soon. But anyways, when I was delivering all those timbers to a guy, I actually smashed the remote to my winch on my trailer. So that's why I haven't been able to mill either, is because this right here got broke. And this also comes with these two little, this is a little key fob for the winch right here. And you have to get this part right here, these kind of pair up. And so it may be on the same frequency, I don't know, but we'll try it. So I don't maybe have to replace this inside the winch. But I had to get that because I crushed it between two of the timbers. It was on my neck. I bent down and we were moving those timbers, and that thing just got in between two of the timbers and it got smushed. I was like, great, now my log arch trailer's down, so that's awesome. I got that in. Do you guys know what these are? Have you ever seen these right here? Hang on just a second. The tool for these is not coming in just yet. It actually just shipped last night, I think it was, or yesterday. So here's one of them right here. Do you know what that is? It's called a riv nut. It's got threads inside of it. And I actually bought another a 3/8 16 mandrel for the tool. When it comes in, it's kind of like a riveter. It's a hand operated riveter machine. Whoops. There's the collar. I used to use these a lot when I was in fabrication. A lot of the fixtures we did for like Taco Bell that would hang up above you when you go in there at some of their stores would have these right here set into them, and that's how they would hang them from the ceiling, which you guys would never see that, but they were like a false ceiling or whatever. But anyways, you got this right here. This is the mandrel that hooks into the tool. This screws into the tool, and you got a collar that is loose and pushes against the top of this. This will thread down into this riv nut. You drill a hole in your sheet metal, this sets down in there, and then the black piece here pulls, and this collar right here pushes down on this right here. And that's how we're going to attach the solar panels and the rooftop deck to the top of the bus, is with that machine right there. So I said, I got to get this in order to do that. And these right here tend to break. Especially if you get the riv nut in stainless. This is just a zinc coated, like mild steel. So hopefully it doesn't break, but I decided to get an extra of the mandrel. It's getting warm. Getting real warm in here. No, I'm not farting. That's just my chair making weird noises. Yeah, so that's kind of some of the stuff I've had to spend money on, rather than getting, just building materials, is, like this right here. Had to get that for the tub. The faucet right here, this thing it'll have a hose on it, of course, but there's the faucet, and this thing right here kind of moves. That's kind of cool and new. Unfortunately, look at this, it interferes with that. Not that you would probably ever even have it sideways, but this right here will be up on a hose, and I'm thinking about making a copper tube that this can mount up higher. It'll just be a vertical tube. We'll have a copper tube, shower curtain, I think, or shower curtain rod going around that tub, and so it's going to be really cool. We'll be able to have a shower in the bath. Let's see. Oh, another tool that I had to buy, because I had a jigsaw from, I think, 97 or so. I bought it as a Black & Decker, just a plain old jigsaw, and that thing is crapped out on me. So I had to get this right here. Really cool. It's kind of top of the line from Lowe's. It has, whoa, it's plugged in. But right here, this thing, that's pretty neat. You can actually, you can turn on airflow to blow sawdust away from the cutting edge or whatever. You can turn it down right here like that. It's got the quick change right here. You pull this lever and that releases your blade. So that's quick change. It's kind of neat. The coolest thing about it is this right here. Flip that lever over and you can change your angle and it has like preset angles. Makes it super easy to lock it in to 90 degrees. That's really cool. Has a nice little plastic foot, so for finish work, you're not having a metal foot on your finished wood and scarring it up or anything. It has variable speed right here on the trigger, so you can set how fast it goes. And then on this side, you have adjustment for the pitch on your blade. You can have it straight up and down, or you can have it at a reverse pitch. So it's pretty neat. Simply Jan said, okay, I'm back. What? Dragonfly said, I just sent you the tracking link to your text. What are you talking about? Dragonflies, like you're talking over my head now, like this technical YouTube stuff. Man, I'm missing Crazy Ed stuff here. Oh, are you talking to Crazy Ed? It says, Crazy Ed's homestead, your package will arrive today via UPS by 9 p.m. Yeah, I've got something coming in through UPS too. I think it's probably the fuel pump. So you sent something to Crazy Ed? I can't wait to see what it is. Ed, you need to unbox it live. I want to see that. And call me. Send me a text message or call me, Ed, before you go live. You can call me just about any time, Ed. I try to work during the day, and I usually work sun up to sundown, but man, if you call me, I'll answer if I'm not recording with my phone. All we have is DeWalt, the best. I don't know that they're the best, but they're pretty stinking good for the money. And no, I am not monetized. I'm not, they don't send me nothing like that. I paid for that 100%. I just went to Lowe's and got it because I needed it. The plywood would not have gotten put down in the bus had I not had that. I was thinking I could use this fancy little tool. Oops, my Rockwell right here. These things right here are super nice to have. But the Sonic Crafter doesn't work very good going around radiuses. So I had to get a jigsaw. And man, I tell you what, so many years I've not really needed a jigsaw, so I didn't really think about it. It's like, well, I don't really need one, but you start doing a bus build, you need a jigsaw. It's pretty much a must. Okay, I guess Dragonflies was saying okay, or I just sent you the tracking to Crazy Ed. That's who that was to, not to me. I thought you were talking to me, Dragonflies. I was like, what? Yeah, and I forgot to send you guys the tracking information on what I sent you. Usually I will send that out or whatever so you guys can track it, because I usually don't track it. I've got other things to do. I just have to trust that the post office is going to get it to you. Freezer Bound Outdoors. Hey everyone. What's up, Freezer Bound? I guess that's another channel I need to go check out. That sounds like a hunting channel to me. Right up my alley. Trying to write it down here. Yeah, oh, Preston's friend. I wish he'd put some more videos out. I can't remember his name of his channel right offhand, but I watched that kid making his own lures, making those worms and stuff, like where they melt down the old fishing worms and make new ones. I was like, I didn't know you could do that. That is super cool. The younger generation, they have everything in the world they can do with YouTube, and like those guys, Oklahoma Adrenaline Life and his friend, I can't remember his name of his channel, but it's super awesome, some of the stuff they do. And then to see a younger generation like learning all this stuff and producing YouTube videos and putting out there like the stuff they know, it was very informative. I did not know you could do that. That was super awesome. And that they just make really great content. I know they probably got like school and all that kind of stuff going on in their life, so they can't probably put out a bunch of videos, but I wish they'd put out more. Or maybe I'm just not getting the notifications. Dragonfly said, "That's a fancy jigsaw." Yes, it is. I probably could have got the old cheapo, like a Black and Decker, whatever they had there. It was like $50, but I was like, if I'm gonna get one, I need to get one that's a good one. It's gonna last me. The old Black and Decker one I had, I mean, it was good, but the cord on it messed up on me. It's just super old. Freezer Bound Outdoors, the younger generation are great YouTubers, especially the outdoors channels. Yeah, and like they add some excitement to it, which makes it really really cool. And I think a lot of it for me is just to see their excitement, like whenever they get a deer or they catch a fish or whatever. You know, it kind of reminds me back when I was a kid, and that's another great aspect of it. I like watching like Preston going like duck hunting and fishing and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool. I think I seen a notification for a video not too long ago that he put out. I'm gonna have to go look for that because a lot of times I'll get notifications, but I'll have so many notifications and not have time to go watch them at that moment. But later on, I'll think about it. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to go see what that video was about. Tim Shizminski, what's up, man? He says, Happy New Year, Dave. Happy New Year to you, man. Hello, hello. Oh, man. My kidneys are hurting. I've been on here in almost 4 hours. I cannot believe I've been on here that long. Only planned on being on here in about an hour. Been on here 3 hours and 51 minutes. Tim Shizminski saying, Hi, Jan. Yeah, I can't wait for Ed and Jan to come out and get some lumber from me. I've got a bunch of oak lumber here. I'm not giving him my pine lumber, which isn't very much, but I want to probably save that for framing of the bus build. But he can use oak lumber out there because he can use whatever he wants, really. And I've got a bunch of like, I think it's 2x6s, 2x8, stuff like that. Simply Jan said, we'll be out soon. Awesome. If he could, I know he had talked about possibly his friend coming out with a 1-ton truck. If he could get a 16-foot 2-axle trailer and a 1-ton, you guys could get a pretty sizable load of oak. And I have more that hasn't been really sticker stacked, but the stuff I want to get him has been sitting for probably a year, drying out. So it'll probably be a little lighter than what it was. Oh, okay, I'm back. It just said I'm back or whatever, so. Dragonfly, so go pee. Yeah, that might be part of it. It's not dark. I can't just step out the door here and pee in the driveway. That's what I was doing New Year's Eve. I just stepped out the door and peed in the driveway. There's no one driving by, so the neighbor don't care. He couldn't see me. It was dark. That's the joy of living in the woods. You can just step out off the back porch and pee off the back porch. Well, I don't have a back porch anymore, so that can't happen, I guess. I've never wanted to live in town. I've lived in town before. I've always wanted to live out of town. It's like if I can't step off my back porch and take a leak in the backyard, I don't need to be living there. Where I live right now, the back of my property actually borders the city limits. That's the plus of being a man. Yeah. Man, we got to talking about stuff like that one time amongst me and some other truck drivers and some women truck drivers, and talking about, men can just use like a Gatorade bottle or something while they're driving down the road to relieve themselves. A woman, I found out that they are able to kind of do the same thing. I've heard of them using a coffee can and just putting a Ziploc bag down in a coffee can and over it, and they could actually be sitting on a coffee can while driving down the road and pretty much doing the same thing a man does. Agreed. The P rule. LOL. Yeah, if you can't step off your back porch or pee off your back porch, your neighbors are too close. I mean, I've got a neighbor over here. She's an older lady, and her husband was a Navy vet. Really, really, really sweet people. And the neighbor in the blue house across the street is a really great guy. He just really keeps to himself and everything. But I've got probably the best neighbors, and that is the great thing about selling. If I sell this house, whoever gets this house has like the best freaking neighbors in the world. They don't like come over and bug you or nothing. They're very quiet and just, I mean, the crime here, like people stealing from you or anything, just doesn't happen. I've had one person, somebody had came out here and tried to break into the Mustang, but I don't think they live around here. Um, there, a little ways down the road, there's some people that cook. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to like say keywords or whatever, but they cook or used to, and have been busted a few times. But like they just don't really bring around the unsavory type people, you know. Um, I know the guy personally, and he's a great dude, but I just wish he would get away from the stuff that he just keeps getting reeled back into. It's crazy. I wish he'd just get away from that stuff. Dragonfly said, I have a pee funnel for travel. Yeah, like the Crockers. I remember that video. Jason talking about him, like she said, no, don't come out here or something, and he come out just to see the stream. It's like that is a sight that you would not forget very soon. To see your lady out there peeing like a man would just be like what? Tim said, I got neighbors, but improvise. Yeah, I mean, the neighbor over here, when her husband was alive, he claimed that part of my yard was his. And I just didn't bother with it. I was like, yeah, it is what it is. I know where my property line really is, or really close to where it is. And the crazy thing is, the flagpole that's in front of my house now, he claimed was on his property, which it wasn't. It was right there, just almost on the line. And they were like, yeah, the previous people who lived here thought that the property line was right, just 10 foot from the back of uh, their uh, their little shed out back, and that is exactly where the property line is. Um, Whoever built this house, like for some reason, they put the property line really close to the neighbors over there. So I actually own over quite a ways. I just don't push the issue. Uh, I know she probably doesn't have too many more years left in her. Her husband passed away a couple years ago. He was a Navy vet. He had respiratory problems, was on oxygen, and he was a really great guy. He used to be a school teacher here, and I think she used to be a substitute teacher. But they're just really cool people. But I told him, I said, I will always be flying a flag on that pole, and he's like, it's not a big deal. He's like, I just want to make sure you take that. I was like, but it's on my property, it's mine, I own it. It came with the house. I said, I don't know why it's right there in between our two properties, but there was a makeshift flagpole out there. And I said, I don't want it out there between our properties. I want it right in front of my house. I want to fly a flag there. And respecting like everyone who has fought for that flag. Dragonflies because we have skills. uh, I hate talking about that kind of stuff, but like, you know, when you gotta go, right? And my wife can hold it forever, but those wide mouth tea bottles come in real handy, especially when you're hauling Amazon and you're like out in the middle of nowhere and you got to go and you don't want to like get out of the vehicle and pee on the side of the road on some dirt road because it's inevitable. You pull over, there's somebody going to come by. It might be a road that maybe one car goes down that road a day, but inevitably, as soon as you get out there, stand on the side of the road, there's going to be someone come by. Um, but yeah, I mean that's just simply a fact of life when it comes to truck driving. Freezer Bounds. Hey, at Joy Bless Life. Been a while. Happy New Year. Hi, Joy and Donnie. Well, Simply Jan said, I'm saying it now. Hi, Joy. Hi, Donnie. Um, I'm always thinking, like, Donnie being a professional painter and everything, that he's going to, like, see my videos on me painting or something. He's going to start critiquing my painting skills. But like, that ain't how you do it. Do it like this. I mean, I'm not the best painter with a brush, but I get it done. I painted a few houses and stuff. The hardest thing I think I've ever done is oil paint a bronze door, um, and not have any brush lines in it. Man, I tell you what, I always ask my boss, why the heck can't I spray this? And he goes, because you can't spray that type of paint. You have to brush it on. And he was all about like brushing paint on and everything. And he was always critiquing the way I done stuff on painting and stuff, trying to make me do it this way or that way, perfection. He was a perfectionist when it come to painting, but we did a lot of industrial type painting, like uh, sewer treatment systems, water towers, that sort of thing. A lot of sandblasting and painting. That was the hardest job I ever had in my life, and that's the same guy that I had to do farm work for. The same guy I bought the truck from. I did a lot of work for that guy over the years, and I refused to work for him anymore. He tried calling me the other day, I suspect, to try to get me to come back to work for him. And I just thought to myself, no, that bridge is burnt and I'm not building it back. Joy Bless Life. So we went out and vlogged the 4 to 6 inches of snow here in the Smokies this morning. We got power back. Some won't have power for days. Oh, wow. I didn't know that was even happening. We got maybe an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter of snow here, and it literally, like, it was gone the next day. Or yeah, we got that overnight, and the next morning it's just started melting off. Even though it was cold, it was in the 20s, but the sun, with the ground temperature and everything, it just melted off. Joy Bless Life said, Happy New Year's, Dragonflies, Ozark Homestead, Mary Jimison. Oh, man. Yeah, 4 hours and 2 minutes. I think we're going to have to call it a day, guys. I now have things to do, like getting seeing if this remote works with the winch. That was the other thing. I didn't know when I was going to be able to actually use the sawmill because the winch has been down. We saw downed trees everywhere and blocked roads. Wow, that's crazy. Was it an ice storm or just snow? Why is my nose stopping it? That's crazy. I mean, we thought we were going to get a lot of ice, but right when the freezing temps hit here, the freezing drizzle just it tapered off and quit. So we did have a little bit of icy roads for a few hours, and it just kind of started going away. They got out and treated the roads in this area. Just snow. Wow, down trees from snow. Usually, when we get down trees that's from ice, we almost, well, it's not every year, but every few years we get a pretty good amount of ice storms here. Gatlinburg, that's the name of that town over there in Tennessee I went to. Gatlinburg, that's where NASTC is, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies. That's what NASTC stands for. We could not get to Gatlinburg from any direction. The snow was wet. It rained all night till it started snowing. Wow. Yeah, I don't really keep up with weather too much except for like what happens here. I kind of keep up with what happens west of me because what happens there is typically what's going to happen here in just a few hours. Like bad weather, I look for bad weather around Moore, Oklahoma, that sort of stuff, because whatever hits Moore and Tulsa it hits here usually. Sometimes it tracks through Arkansas, but a lot of the time it comes up I-44 up through this way. Awesome, guys. So anyways, I'm going to get off here and go use the bathroom and then get started with my day, get dressed and everything, get out of my sweatpants. I don't know, I might just wear my sweatpants. No, I'm going to go get dressed. But hope you guys have a great day. Follow your dreams. We'll see you next time. And there's UPS with my fuel pump. Shoot day. All right, we'll see you guys later. Bye.